So our end goal is to get people thinking, educate everybody, and pour a concrete floor for everyone to stand on, so everyone is standing on the same level again.
Yep. And
think the mud flood theory, but instead of weird conspiracies, it's people going out and actually building new things.
Right.
Might be a bad comparison there, but
I can see what you're trying to say. So let me just clarify what you're saying, because these guys haven't listened to other episodes. So I want to. No, it's fine. It's just he's using terms that I know you guys don't know. So give me just a second, my dear. I need to explain what you just said. Okay, ready?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. So what Trey is talking about is a right to housing amendment that we're working on. So let me explain. You only need, I think it's 2/3. Let me look it up. Passing an amendment. It's been a while since I looked at it. Let's see. 2/3 of the states request one by a convention called for that purpose. Okay, so 2/3 of the states. Passing an amendment, how many states? Okay, 38 out of 50. Okay, so I want you to imagine, all right, that we bring forward this proposal for a right to housing amendment for the Constitution. Okay, so it would essentially say every single person has the right to somewhere to live. Many states already have this, so we've already got, I think, about half of the states already. Like New York has this, for example. So that's one of the reasons why there's so many homeless people in New York City, is because they have a right to housing law. But anyway, it's frustrating how long it's taking for this to happen. But anyway, okay, so let me explain. We're going to have legal experts help us draft the details of the amendment to make sure that it's ironclad. And that's going to be the basis, that's going to be the floor of prosperity for everybody, okay? So there's going to be, you cannot go any lower than this point, where you have a house, you have, access to education, you have access to healthcare, and you have access to help finding a job. So then you can't go any lower than that on the economic scale. So that's what he's talking about when we're talking about a floor in terms of prosperity. So, we're not just giving people handouts. It's, okay, do you have a place to sleep? Do you have the opportunity to get an education if you want one? Do you have, food to eat? And do you have help finding a job if you want help finding a job? So then that way, people can go out and make their own future. So, imagine how many people would go back to college if it was free and they had a place to live that cost them nothing.
A lot.
And then imagine how much our economy would grow over the next 16 years if you had 20 million more people graduating from college.
Correct.
Yeah, a lot more.
And the pièce de résistance, so I was just talking about passing an amendment. I said it has to be 38 out of the 50 states. Now, the thing that most people don't know is that you don't need Congress to pass an amendment. All you need is the state legislatures, which normally don't have any power. So if we go to the state legislatures and we say, hey, we want to pass a bunch of amendments, guys, let's fuck over Congress. Oh, sorry, I gotta have my ding for the F-bomb. Ding. Let's F over Congress. Why would the state houses say no to that? They're gonna be like, yes, I can screw over Congress. Fantastic.
That's awesome.
Well, thank you.
I mean, now that you explained it, it's scary how it could work, because I can actually see the roadmap now that you have in your head.
Mm-hmm.
This could actually work.
Oh, yeah.
Let me check.
Well, and we have a lot of, let me turn down Trey because he's talking to his boss. So we have a lot of like really wild ideas that we may not be able to do within the first 4 years or even 16 years, but what we want to do is we want to inspire people with their ideas. So for example, there is no reason why we can't build a spaceship and fly to the planets. It would take a long time, but we already have the technology, and we already have all the people ready to do it. We have all of that, we just need the money. So here's the thing. Why don't we inspire the American people to create a show for, PBS or YouTube or whatever, create a show where we travel around to the planets in a spaceship and talk about the science of that planet from the atmosphere of the planet. Why not? We have the ability to do it. Why haven't we done it?
That would be awesome.
Yeah, we went to the moon with, what was it, 40% of the federal budget, something like that? Why not do that again? That'd be like $1 billion.
Yeah.
No, not $1 billion, sorry, $1 trillion. 40% of the budget would be well over $1 trillion. So yeah, you're telling me for $1 trillion we can't fly to Mars? Screw off.
Well, the reason why we haven't gone is because Congress kept slashing NASA's budget so much that.
I know.
Yeah. Honestly, doubling the budget that they have now would be more than enough to get to the moon.
Yeah, no. So this is actually something that I need to add to the issues page, because obviously we're going to increase the budget of NASA by 10 or 100-fold, but it's not going to be double. It's going to be times 10 or something like that. But anyway, there is no reason why we should have spent $800 billion on the 2023 budget for the military and $18 billion or something around there for NASA. That is dumb. That is stupid. Because many of the things that we now take for granted, including things like the internet, were invented by various government agencies. The internet actually happened to be part of the military budget, but it shouldn't have been. But a lot of things that we take for granted, like thermal tiles, okay? Thermal tiles were built for the space shuttle, and then they were used for other purposes. But the fact that we spent the money and the research time to build the tiles means that we were able to do other things on Earth as well.
Like, hey Neil, I seriously recommend you watch a show called For All Mankind. It's on Apple TV.
Mm-hmm.
It's an alternate history of where NASA then stopped going to the moon. And just watch it. You'll enjoy it.
Oh, yeah, I talk about that show all the time, dude.
Oh, sweet.
You're talking to me like I don't agree with you. I agree with you, man. It's not. Yes, space, absolutely. Yeah. This is what I'm all about. Yes, Trey, what's up?
Okay.
You were talking over the other guests. I need you to not do that, okay?
I was trying to get my words in.
That's fine. I need you to wait until it is your turn to speak, okay?
And how are you going to establish that?
By telling the other people in the call, this is my vice president, I need you to shut up when he's talking. All right, now go ahead.
Like I was saying, so one of our other concepts that we want to employ is going through and eminent domaining all of the drug patents
No,
that we already bought and paid for.
correct. Yeah. Oh, yeah. All the medicine patents. Jesus Christ! What a crap show. Almost banged the bell again. Okay.
What a mess.
What a mess! It's insane. Okay, so here is the facts. Okay, most medical patents, such as medicines being created, are created with government research money, and then the companies such as Pfizer, Moderna, etc., are able to then copyright or trademark or patent or whatever. They use all these different systems. They abuse all these different systems. They spend our money to get the research done, and then They take the stuff that they found with our money and they patent it and they make the profit off of it. That's stupid.
Yes, it is very, very unfortunate that's the system that we currently have to work with.
Correct. Well, we're going to change it.
We are. And as far as the space program goes, there's no reason why we can't. Well, there's absolutely no reason why we can't basically build Starfleet.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, okay. So here, we've talked about this idea a bunch, and so I want to hear it from you. If you were going to use an unlimited budget to just build Starfleet, how would you do it?
Best technology we currently have.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and just design a program and just do it.
Right.
One of the big problems with the NASA launches is the only reason why it took them so long to get to the moon was they were designing and then they were designing and then they redesigned and built another design.
Mm-hmm.
They were engineering it like most of the time.
Right.
That's the thing. They eventually just said, okay, we have to do this.
Correct. And that's the way it should be. This is not complicated stuff. We already have the technology. We have built the technology already.
Correct.
This is why this is happening this election cycle, okay? For 2028 specifically. We have the technology to do all of these things, including automate almost all industry. Not every industry, not all, there's going to be a lot of things that will still need to be done by humans, such as customer service, because, there's no reason to use a bot to do customer service when a human can do it better. But things like, an assembly line or something like that, literally every assembly line in the world should just be robots, nothing else.
Correct.
There is no reason that humans should be doing that kind of drudgery job.
Unless you're building a Rolex watch, or unless you're building a Bugatti, or some other ridiculous high-end car.
Right.
Well, there's 10,000 of them made a year or whatever, but again, those are luxury, high-end art pieces that have a function.
Right.
That's all it is. Which the human element at that point is important because that's what you're paying for.
Exactly.
Let's see. Do our guests have any questions?
Here, 1 second. I'm about to bring Amaro on the call. I'm going to hang up the call with these other guys so that I can bring Amaro on, and then we'll talk about it. Okay?
Okay.
Feel free to comment here with your questions. No, we'll say feel free to comment in the Discord server with your questions, and we will answer them on the show. There we go. Okay, now let me call Amaro. Let's see, Amaro. Okay, time to bring him on the show. All right. Send
Yes, our calling guests.
Yes. Here, I'm about to start a voice chat with him. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Start voice call. There we go. Okay. Okay, Amaro's going to be on in just a second. So, what I was saying was there's no reason why we can't do stuff as far as the space program. You should listen to the stream if you're using.
Well, also, if my theory is correct, and if my theory is correct, that the U.S. government is 40 to 50 years ahead of everyone else, then it would be very easy. If not, already has been done and just nobody's heard of it.
Okay, got it. That makes sense.
Again, getting into the realm of conspiracies just a little bit, but the potential of the U.S. government already having a terrestrial space fleet.
A terrestrial.
What is that?
Here, let me turn down the volume here so it doesn't bother you, my dear. A terrestrial space fleet? What do you mean?
I mean a space fleet for the local solar system.
Okay, my dear, the word terrestrial means on the Earth. So, like, if you're talking about a terrestrial house, that is a house on the surface of the Earth. If you're talking about a lunar house, that is on the surface of the moon. If you're talking about something that's going to fly around the star system, you're talking about an interplanetary ship.
Okay, interplanetary space fleet, whatever.
Okay. No, your words were not clear, my dear. I'm trying to help you.
I see. But yes, the potential that the U.S. government already has an interplanetary space fleet that, nobody has talked about because classified.
Oh, yeah, that has to be true. There's no way that they would make something called Space Force and not have spaceships to fly. that would be dumb.
It really would.
It doesn't make
Maybe
any
that's what Trump.
It doesn't make any sense for that to be the case.
Maybe that's what Trump was trying to inform us all about in the roundabout way.
I doubt that he was smart enough to come up with something like that, but it's possible.
I mean, okay, we're talking about a guy who's managed to go bankrupt 7 times over. So he's proven that the simulation doesn't matter if you can go bankrupt 7 times and still somehow manage to bankrupt a casino, bankrupt stakes somehow.
Right.
How do you bankrupt stakes?
I don't know. How could you not make money from steak? Steak is so easy to make money from. Do you know how delicious a nice steak is? And by the way, we should have, because it already exists, we should have the option in every store to buy either meat from an animal or meat grown in the lab that tastes basically the same. Now, you're not going to get it tasting exactly the same right away, but we should have the option so that people can reduce their carbon pollution if they want to. They don't have to. It needs to be voluntary, but do you know how much carbon we could reduce from the atmosphere by simply just half of people switch to eating artificial meat? Like, that would solve like 25% of climate change right there.
In addition to the carbon issues and the climate change issues, California, in their infinite wisdom, wants to replace their entire automobile fleet with electric cars. They don't realize what's in the ocean right next to them, right?
No, they don't, because they're dumb.
Do they realize that there's ships that run on diesel?
No, they don't, because they're dumb.
But no. Oh, California, clearly. And this issue infuriates me like nothing else.
Me too.
The hypocrisy behind this issue and the sheer narrow-minded virtue signaling California has towards the rest of the nation of, oh, we're better than you, and we're going to ban the use of all freight trucks. Do you want to bankrupt your state?
It's idiotic, okay? And let me point out, okay, despite the fact that I am
selfish is what it is.
correct. I completely agree. And the reason why it is that way, in my opinion, the reason why it is that way is because it has been run by Democrats for like 50 years and they've had no competition. And so, Democrats, here's why people don't want to vote for you. Because in the state where you have, my understanding is the largest majority, at least of a state with that many people, there's no other state with more than 10 million people that's even remotely as democratic. So Democrats, why do you want us to vote for that for the entire country? Are you stupid? Are you literally retarded? Because I am sorry, okay? There is no way.
They're selfish, self-centered, egotistical, clueless.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
would use stronger language if it wasn't the radio.
Correct.
The words that I would use to describe them would, quite frankly, would get us shut down. I feel that strongly about the incompetency of the management of California.
I agree. Tell me more.
They don't seem to realize that they have boats in the water. Clearly the semi-trucks are the big problem because they're egots. They're nomads.
Correct.
They're selfish, self-centered. Nobody wants them. Nobody wants them around. The smart ones that are leaving are going to other places and bringing their clueless agenda with them.
There's a reason.
Why does anyone vote Democrat? Just vote Republican. You'll get a better result at this point.
Well, I mean, that's your opinion. The issue is we need to bring both parties, not just the Democrats and not just the Republicans, we need to bring the country to a consensus. So, the Republicans may not like any type of rights for any type of people for some reason. I don't know why. It's just the way that it is.
Well, that's selfishness on their end as well. Quite frankly, I sit in the middle and I see selfishness on the Republican side, selfishness on the Democrat side, where they're only looking out for themselves.
Correct.
And nobody else.
Correct. And why do people do that? It doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand why.
Arrogance.
Yes.
Arrogance. Power over others. We can just open up a dictionary and just go down a list of every single word, and it applies to either Democrats or Republicans equally.
Yes, exactly. And the reason why that it hasn't changed is because we keep voting for these idiots. So you're telling me we have the chance to completely change every single person in the government every 6 years? And we don't do that? Why? We have the power to change every single member of Congress completely. Literally fire all of them over the course of only 6 years. And we don't do that for some reason. They work for us.
Because too many people live in a simulation.
Yes, exactly.
People live in a simulation, and whatever the admin rules are, is what people believe to be true. Now, there's those that go against the grain, and those that choose to leave the simulation entirely and just realize, oh yeah, money, whatever product you want to give me, you want to pay me in Tide Pods. Okay, I'm gonna build you a skyscraper. Well, you better have a factory's worth of Tide Pods. I'll do something with it.
What? What are you talking about?
I I'm talking about a medium of exchange, equivalent to individuals wanting to build a skyscraper and using a type on a cleaning product to pay for the goods and services. This is why we have money. It's to keep people from doing that kind of shenanigans.
Yes, exactly. Well, and so my personal choice for such an item to be a medium of exchange is the postage stamp, because it goes up in value with inflation. So that means that if we have 50% inflation, the amount of money, the amount of value that you have in US dollars goes down by 50%. The amount of value you have in postage stamps goes up by 50%. So that means...
Okay, so how would a system of using postage stamps actually function?
So here's what I recommend, and this, they don't have to do it this way. This is just what I recommend, okay? So the way that I would do it is, and obviously if I am elected, I will do this for real, but I have no way of knowing whether or not that'll work out or not. But, so the way that I would do it is the same way that we do gold, we would do bricks of postage stamps, okay? So what you would do is you would, let's say that you wanted to deposit $1,000 into your bank account, okay? So you would go to the postal service, you would buy $1,000 worth of stamps, and then you would put that into your account at your bank. So then you say, okay, so now I have access to this digital currency, but it is backed up by real world objects in my bank.
Okay.
So
I can see a lot of logistics problems with that, but go on.
Well, keep in mind that we want to do a bank account for every person at the post office as well. So assuming that we are able to change the law, then the way that we would make it simpler is we would simply make it so that, if you want to put money in the bank, quote unquote, you can take your US dollars and you can give them to the postal service and they will put them directly into your bank account. And then the backing of that deposit is postage stamps. And since the postal service can just print as many postage stamps as they want, they don't even have to have physical postage stamps. They could be digital postage stamps.
Okay. You've hit the nail on the head. Using the digital world mixed in with the real world and coming to a coexistence with the simulation.
Correct.
Because the world has three equilibriums, either in the simulation, outside the simulation, or coexisting with.
Correct.
Most people live inside of it, the 1% live outside of it, and almost nobody coexists with it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yep.
So, you either live inside the simulation, which a vast majority of people do. I find and have come to realize that the vast majority of people that are self-employed live generally outside the simulation and use aspects of it when it's necessary for them. Most business owners use aspects of the simulation when it's viable, when it's necessary. Take the credit score, for example. That is a fictitious number. That is a fictitious number that indicates your ability to manage debt, basically. But if you're running a multi-million-dollar corporation, you might as well just buy everything in cash because because you've broken the simulation. Because you've broken the simulation, because you've made more money than what the simulation expects you to work with.
How absurd is it that I went in to get a $17,000 car loan with a credit score, by the way, a credit score of over 700 points, and I could not get a car loan, despite they didn't know that I invented Bitcoin, but I had literally hundreds of billions of dollars at my disposal, and they wouldn't give me a loan. Do you know how stupid that is?
Meanwhile, I go into the car shop. I say, I want this car. No, I want this car. No, I told you I want this car. Okay, I'm walking out. I go to the next one. Yeah, that last place gave me terrible service, horrible service, terrible. And then I walk in. I want this car. They're like, yes, sir. How much do you want to put down? X, Y, and Z. Okay.
Right.
What's your credit score? Oh, okay. Never mind. We'll get the paperwork done.
Exactly.
Next question.
And so that is,
Because
go ahead.
Because I've come to equilibrium with the simulation of working when I want to, being able to afford what I want to afford, and generally being smart about my investments, being smart about my income, I've had huge windfalls, but at the end of the day, that doesn't matter because just because you have a quadrillion dollar, you have a near infinite amount of money in Bitcoin, you can't even use it on anything. You can liquidate it.
I know.
1,000 at a time, but
it's absurd.
You wind up with either so much money that it's just meaningless numbers on a screen, and if you try to use it, the government says, "Oh, you're doing something bad. We know that you're doing something bad and illegal, so you're under arrest now." And so you literally can't use it.
I know, it's absurd.
You literally cannot use that kind of money. You can't even go and say you have $1 million in the bank. You can't go walk down to the bank and say, "Oh, I need $500,000 in cash today."
Correct.
They look at you like, what?
So you're telling
That's my money. No, it's not yours. Go ahead.
Exactly. So you're telling me, Mr. Bank, that I can't have my money out of the system. That is literally trapping people in the simulation. You could not come up with a better example of trapping somebody in a simulation. If you cannot buy anything without money, you can't have any social respect without money, you can't get an education without money, and most of the reason why those things are the case is based on where you're born. It's primarily not based on merit in that specific case. Now, how much money you make at a job is generally, if everything's working well, very meritocratic. Now, that's not the case in every company by any means, but generally speaking, once you have a job, the better you do at that job, the more money you make. But until you get to that point of having a job, you are fricked, to use a FCC term.
You are penned in, and you're penned in, and you're exactly where the government wants you to be, exactly where the elites want you to be. The elites don't want you on their level because the elites want you to figure out how to do it on your own.
Correct.
And they intentionally make it difficult. Each time someone new comes up, that person new kicks the metaphorical ladder out and makes it much harder for the next person. In reality, if we all had a floor, if everyone had a floor to work with, and then everyone from there was given information, knowledge, techniques, understood the code, understood the laws behind charitable donations, understood different techniques of business and negotiation, everyone would be so much more wealthy in this nation. Everyone would look at a Lambo and say, "Oh, cute.
Right.
I've got 7 of them."
Exactly.
But we don't need Dubai at this point if everyone worked together.
Correct. And you bring up a good point that places that are wealthy, let's take Switzerland, Dubai, Japan, Tokyo specifically. Like, these places show what humanity is capable of. Like, you go to Singapore, okay? Free healthcare for everybody. living about 20 years farther in the future based on the technology that they have easy access to. So they have really good public transportation, for example, high paying jobs, and low taxes. And what do you know? Basically overnight, within about 20 years, but on the grand scheme of things, basically overnight, they went from being one of the poorest nations in the world to one of the richest nations in the world. And there is no reason that that can't be done, not just for the United States, but for every person on Earth.
Well, the U.S. had a golden age, and now we're in a dark age.
Correct.
Our golden age was the 50s and 60s, or the roaring 20s, even.
Yeah.
So, let's see. The U.S. was born, went through its revolution, because that's how the cyclical clock works. And every nation goes through 200 years before a major revolution or a major collapse. A collapse of the U.S. would be more akin to Japan falling apart and having warring micronations within it. And then eventually that period of time ended. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it because we'll have to do an entire mini-series on Japan in the last 4,000 years. But we're good. So, Japan went through its trials and tribulations, as other nations have, but no one could invade Japan. So they had themselves to deal with themselves.
Correct.
Basically.
Yeah.
No one can invade the U.S. No one's even crazy enough to try. So a collapse of the U.S. would be infighting, would be another American Civil War.
Right.
And then I don't know what would come out of the ashes of that. Would it be positive or would it be negative?
Jesus. Yeah, exactly. We don't know.
I don't want to find out.
No. Well, think about how destructive the last Civil War was. Like it was horribly destructive.
It was close to 200,000 dead.
No, 600,000. 600,000 dead.
Okay. Again, the okay. Estimates. I'm not an expert in the American Civil War. Estimates range anywhere from 200,000 dead to about 600,000 dead, depending on how you count it. Are you counting civilian deaths, or are you counting straight military losses? Are you counting people dying of fever or battle?
Right.
I'll go with the low estimate of 200,000 because that's viable. 200,000 for a nation where the life expectancy was 60 years, and if that.
Yeah.
So, imagine how much more detrimental that would be if a civil war broke out here in the United States today.
Absolutely.
We have some of the most extreme climates in the world. We have some of the most diverse climate range. We would have to deal, and if it poured through multiple seasons, you would have the intricacies and difficulties of multiple seasons worth of climate to deal with.
Absolutely.
Which would not bode well for anybody.
Right.
Except maybe the preppers. The preppers would be relatively okay, but again, a prepper is more along the lines of a credit union when they come to planning and weathering different types of storms.
Right. Well, see, here's the thing. Being a prepper is pretty controversial. So you tell us in your own words why you think that everyone should be a prepper.
Okay. I do not understand why being a prepper is controversial. I do not understand why being equipped for whatever circumstances come your way is a controversial topic.
Right.
So I'm going to come at this from the topic of, if you think being prepared for adverse situations is bad, then quite frankly, you need to reassess your entire outlook on the world. Now,
right.
to answer the question why I believe people should have knowledge of their local area, have knowledge of different storms, different types of weather, different types of storms, different types of trials and tribulations that can appear within your local community.
Sure.
To protect yourself, to protect your neighbors, to strengthen your community as a whole.
Right. Exactly.
I'm not talking when I'm talking prepper, I'm not talking about the guys you see on like doomsday preppers on TV. That's dramatized, that's
right.
Those people are quite frankly idiots.
Correct.
Those people are not your average prepper. Most preppers do not have a doomsday bunker. They do not have a $19 million armored assault car or whatever. The vast majority of preppers keep several months worth of food on hand.
Correct.
Have knowledge and training and education in firearms. Have knowledge and education in basic medical care. Knowledge and information on basic canning techniques. Basic curing of meats.
Correct.
And if you don't have those specific skills, then, or you find those specific skills untasteful for you, there are other skills that you can learn as well.
Sure. Well, and see, here's the thing.
Such as basic levels of understanding of securing a dwelling against intruders. We all like to be secure, don't we?
Exactly.
So my question is, why do people enjoy using Masterlock so much? They're akin to using a paperclip and saying that your door is now secure.
Correct.
They're worthless.
Wow.
I could show you probably a dozen different ways to open up a Masterlock. There are destructive techniques and non-destructive techniques.
Correct.
They're next to worthless.
Correct.
And here's the thing. As a society, being prepared for troubles and tribulations is a fact of life.
Correct.
You can bury your head in the sand. You can say it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. Until something happens. Then you'll say, I wish I did something about it. That's not the time to say that you wish you did something about it. Your response when something does happen, say, well, now, I made it through. I learned a thing or two.
Right.
But we're gonna lose the entire ship.
Exactly. And like, I really like the way that you put it, okay? Where you said,
Yeah.
how did you put it? It was really good. I'm glad we have it recorded. But
Yes.
you said it shouldn't be controversial, right? So like learning how to making your own bread, learning how to do canning, like these are things, one, that are fun to do. I bet a lot of people who feel depressed and hopeless and frustrated with their lives, if they learned how to bake some delicious bread and save some money in the process, I bet they would be quite happy to do that.
Or, on the flip side of things, if you're poor and if you don't have any money to your name, find a way to make more money. Find a way to make your money make money for you. And it's
Correct.
not as complicated as you think it is. There are things called tax lien certificates.
Correct.
You can start with as little as $50. I'll start with as little as $50 into it a month. And within a year, what's 50 times 12? I'll let the audience break out a calculator for that. I'm not going to do the math for you because, quite frankly, if you don't have the time to do a little basic mathematics, then I don't know what to tell you.
Oh my god. We got the best comment on our YouTube feed. I think this might be one of my favorite comments we've ever gotten.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is by someone that I used to work with back in the day in the pony days when I was working as draw ponies.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I didn't really know them that well, but I knew of them, I should say. Their username is Pony Throat. Okay.
Okay.
They ask, what are your thoughts on the bioethical premise that states that the amount of incel violence that's in society could be reduced if they made My Little Pony sexual toys that felt more like the real thing? See, there's some of these bold ideas that we're looking for.
Incels are an interesting group of individuals.
Yes.
I treat them more like the gods, the weird goth kids. Most of them are 18 to 20 something, usually.
Yep.
From the ages of 18 to 20, you don't know nothing.
Correct.
I'm gonna straight up tell you, you don't know nothing. You don't know nothing about the world. You think women don't want you. You think you're too good for women. You think this. You think that. You think. The thing is, you got no game, and you're too shy to go talk to women.
Correct.
So incels. I don't really particularly care if I offend you. Quite frankly, you can yell and scream at me all you want to your blunt face. It doesn't matter. Next question.
Correct. And by the way, just for everybody who is just joining us, I'm posting out the YouTube link to a bunch of different places, so we should have some people joining in on the stream, in addition to the radio audience. But anyway, for those who are new to our show, you can go back and listen to the whole episode that we did about incels. It's got a lot of good information in there for people.
Yeah, I get it. If you're gonna sit there and whine about women not liking you, well,
you know what women, let's just say people. You know what people hate is a whiny person. They don't hate you.
Would you like some cheese to go with that wine?
Yeah, incels, listen up. They do not hate you because you are male. They hate you because you are a whiny bitch. Ding! Next fine to the FCC. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, the FCC is gonna love us.
Oh yeah, it's great. We're gonna add a lot of money to their budget from the live shows that we do from the Oval Office. Because
I think just to spend the FCC at that point, might be cheaper to just eminent domain the FCC.
Well, the government already owns the FCC, so you don't have to eminent domain it.
I'm fine. We'll just, you know what? We'll just make here's the thing. I've got it. I'm so glad this is being recorded.
Yep.
We'll make the George Carlin executive order.
The George Carlin executive order. Okay, I like it.
Where we take all the words that you can't say and we just strike them for the record.
Wow.
To the owner of George Carlin.
I like it.
He would be proud.
That's really funny. I like that. The owner of George Carlin. What do you mean?
No, not the owner. George Carlin's ghost would be proud of us.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. He did a whole bit on like words you can't say on TV, right?
Yeah, it was the 7 words you can't say or something. I forget the bit. The bit has the title.
Mm-hmm. I remember.
Yeah, well, the George Carlin executive order.
The George Carlin executive order, where you can say these words on television now.
Again, I thank you, soccer moms, for preventing profanity in the radio, because soccer moms apparently run the world or something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe soccer, the Illuminati is just a group of soccer moms.
The Illuminati is just soccer moms. You know, that sounds true, even though it's not. Because here's an idea.
Wait. Okay, so here's who really runs the Illuminati.
Okay.
It's the wives of all these rich. It's the wives of all these rich individuals. It's the wives of all of them, because the wives have so much more power than the men.
I like it.
They're the queens of everyone's fantasy, basically.
Uh-huh.
They're the queen on the chessboard. The king can move one step at a time. The queen can go wherever they want.
Exactly. Exactly. Good point.
I've been doing a lot of thinking about how to arrange these analogies in ways that people will be able to understand.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. I know that it is a specific skill to be able to explain things in a way that's easy for people to understand. So, for example,
Yes.
What's the best way to put it? See, now I'm doing it. I'm trying to think of the best way to explain it.
Well, that's what they do on the radio all the time.
That's true.
Only the most skilled people who've done it for 300 million years, that are mortal vampires, have the skills and acquired knowledge to be able to convince their audience of whatever they want.
Correct.
Everyone wants to be the next Sean Hannity. Everyone wants to be the next Rush Limbaugh. Everyone wants to be the next Howie Carr.
Correct.
Even one of Howie Carr's interns, who wound up co-host, is now a host on their own radio program.
Correct. Isn't that funny?
That is very fun. That is how the progression works.
Exactly.
And she's a female. Republican, female.
Mm.
All more power to her.
Correct.
But again, that's how progression, that is, people say that the Republican Party isn't progressive. Progressing forward is something that individuals have to come to the conclusion of X, Y, and Z. There's always the radicals are like a fence post. They don't want to move. You can throw a hurricane at them. They don't want to move.
Correct.
The Democrats are the hurricane, and they're a disorganized hurricane of just a complete disorganized hurricane that goes. What's a good analogy? Yeah, it's just a disorganized storm, basically. You got frogs falling from the sky. You've got ice. You've got hail the size of cannonballs, and
Right.
I think. Did I just see Tom Cruise riding by on a bicycle?
What?
The Democratic Party is ADHD personified.
Well, I don't disagree with you.
Okay, here's the analogy. Let's see if this holds up.
Okay.
The Democratic Party are ADHD personified. The radicals are fence posts.
Okay.
And the Republicans are that slow, methodical, moving turtle, basically.
Okay.
The Republicans are turtles. The Democrats are ADHD bunny.
Mm-hmm.
And all the radicals are just
Correct.
So we're boiling down the issues of the day to the rabbit and the turtle.
The rabbit and the turtle. See,
Okay.
that is a great example of how to simplify something, because that is a simple idea. I like it.
Only took 3 months to figure out how to simplify it.
I love it. I am very, very pleased with that. That's great.
I am very pleased. But
Well done.
that's the thing. We need to bring some order into this chaos,
Mm-hmm.
or think about things like a turtle,
Yep.
progressing forward methodically and specifically.
Correct.
No wonder we work so well together.
Exactly. It's almost like you are a Republican and I am a Democrat, and yet largely we agree because everyone has the same goals.
We really do.
It's
there's
not
the
that
radicals
complicated.
their goal, the radicals just want to. The radicals and the hardliners, they're fence posts, and they don't want to move on anything.
Yes,
They just want to be a brick wall.
correct.
There's some people's minds that we're unfortunately never going to be able to change.
Correct.
So, yeah, it's just going to be crazy Uncle Steve going, oh no, I don't like Danny Man is evil and weird. I'm going back to church where nobody's gay at all. Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, more power to you.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
We'll leave you alone. We don't care.
Uh-huh.
And if you bring violence to these issues, well, one, don't. Two, violence doesn't solve anything.
Correct.
Nor will banning guns solve any of our issues.
Correct. We are not for violence, we are for peace. We are not for war, we are for self-defense.
Now, audience, don't get it mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
If we need to, there's a big difference between won't fight and can't fight.
Correct.
I don't want to fight, but I will fight.
Correct. It's not about fighting, it's about being able to protect yourself when people like the police and the government cannot protect you.
Correct.
That's
Which,
that's
those
the thing.
circumstances in life, those circumstances do happen, and knowing the law and knowing what you can do and can't do
Mm-hmm.
is, again, part of being a prepper is knowing what you can do and can't do.
Correct.
Most preppers know above average amount of knowledge about the law,
Mm-hmm.
about firearm safety, about when it is appropriate to use lethal force, when it isn't appropriate to use lethal force.
Exactly.
Most preppers have that knowledge because it is part of being prepared in life. Preppers are inherently more interested in setting themselves up for life's storms.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And quite frankly, those that don't set themselves up do fail. Do wind up on the street.
Right.
Do wind up homeless.
Exactly.
Because you didn't have any preparation for it. Yes. You get bad happens all the time.
Right.
But you also need to know when to cut your losses.
Exactly.
And if your argument is it's hard to get a job in this town, and I have small children with me and it's hard to get a job, well, here's the thing, either find a better job, find some skills, find some friends, or the alternative is move to another town.
Exactly. Well, let's see, and this is an example of the lack of critical thinking from people. Because, as an example, okay, as a very, very easy example, okay, average income in Alabama is something like $10 an hour. That for just an average job that an average person could get. So we're not including the billionaires, we're not including the doctors, we're not, just the average job that someone without qualifications can get in, specifically in Alabama, generally somewhere around $10.
Okay. So you make $10 a month. And so you make $10 an hour. Okay, how much is that per day? Let's see, if you're working 8 hours a day at $10 an hour, that's
$80.
So $80 a day. Okay, so you're making $80 a day.
Correct.
Okay, what else are you doing? Okay, after you get off of work, what else are you doing with your time?
Correct.
Are you studying? Are you figuring out a way to... okay, so your argument would be, I have to look after small children. Well, what is the age of the children? Okay, the children are 10 and 12. Okay, in this hypothetical scenario, the children are 10 and 12. Okay, now, here's a teaching opportunity for all the adults out there. Get your children to do work for you.
Okay.
Give them a small amount of money and give them to do work for you. So when you get home, you have a little more time to learn something, work on something.
Okay.
Pick up a side hustle, whatever it may be.
I like it.
Say you have 5 friends. Well, you invite your 5 friends over and you say, okay, we're all making X, Y, and Z. Well, let's make a plan here so we can all double our money by the end of the year.
Correct. And by doing that, by working together, people have the ability to work together to improve the lives, not just for themselves, but for their entire community. There is a big difference between working 80 hours a week to feed your family and working 80 hours a week to screw people over. And the simple fact is that if we had more people doing the first and not the second, the world would be a much better place.
Well, yeah, everyone needs to work together here. That's one thing that I learned from my family was, the house needs to be sided. We just did it in a weekend. The house, Aunt X just bought a new house. Okay. We'll get the entire family together and we'll bust it out in a weekend. Okay, 2 weeks later, whatever. Let's see. I've done a lot of work for my aunts.
Right.
As a child, I was never broke. As
Correct.
a child, I had more money than God. For a child, at least.
You're going to have people coming after you for that.
Oh no, I was making $10 an hour as a 10-year-old because I was going around and making sure that the floors were swept and the carpet was torn up and making sure the house looked nice. Oh no, crime, no.
Right. Well, and see, this is
for a 10-year-old making $10 an hour is a huge amount of money.
correct.
For an adult making
Can you imagine? Can you imagine how difficult it would be to be someone working today, especially if you have kids? Can you imagine making $400 a week in this economy and trying to raise a family? That is insanity.
I can imagine it because I have done. Okay, I wasn't raising kids. My brother's raising 2 kids.
That's
Oh,
true.
one kid, 2
That's
kids.
true. That's true.
It's hard to keep track of how many kids you have. Oh well. And I'm personally not a big fan of my brother's girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, they still managed to make it work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how. I'm not sure how supportive his girlfriend is. I've heard mixed reports. Mostly his girlfriend doesn't support my brother's business dealings and business that allows them to survive, which,
Right.
quite frankly, is 1, foolish, 2, yeah. I have my opinions.
Correct.
I have my opinions on. Okay, moving on. My ex.
Yeah, tell me.
She, lovely lady.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, it wasn't working out. I left her.
Yep.
So sometimes you do have to make. Sometimes you have to make that decision for yourself.
Correct.
It may be a hard decision, but some of the hardest decisions have some of the biggest reward, even if it seems like a consequence, have some of the biggest reward to go with some of the biggest decisions you have to make.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Whatever that reward might be, that reward might be, $1.50 and a black eye, and still technically a reward. Not a positive reward, negative reward, but
Mm-hmm.
or audience, the other side of the reward could be finding someone that you agree with, someone that you can see eye to eye with, and someone that you can work with on multiple levels to obtain mutual goals.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're in a bad situation,
Mm-hmm.
make positive choices to pull yourself out of that bad situation.
Right.
Yes, I understand it's going to be painful. I
Mhm.
understand that someone's going to get the short end of the stick,
Right.
but
Yeah.
that's life. Maybe they'll find someone more compatible with them, or maybe they'll find someone that can speak to them on
Exactly.
their level.
Yeah. Yeah. That I completely agree. Oh, and what people don't understand is that the system can be broken. And not in a violent way. I'm saying the system is broken. So why not use the way that it's broken to make everyone's lives better?
Well, take a gemstone, take a diamond,
Mm-hmm.
observe it in the sunlight,
Mm-hmm.
and move it around in the sunlight. Now
Right.
that diamond could be the most valuable thing you've ever held, or at the same time the most worthless thing you've ever held.
Mm-hmm.
But each of those facets can reflect life. And that life will illuminate different aspects of what you're thinking.
Right. Well, a good example that I've never met anyone outside of the state of Arkansas that knows that the crater of diamonds exists, where anyone can go and pay, I think it's like a $10 admission fee or something, and go and look for diamonds. And there have literally been people that found $50,000 diamonds. Like, can you imagine how much finding a $50,000 diamond would change somebody's life?
Yes,
So
I can imagine.
this is and I'm glad that I'm live. Let's see, we've got a good amount of viewers. Okay, I'm glad that we're live so that I can announce that. So you know, the thing that I've been setting up that's like Ready Player One. I've talked to you about it before. You remember?
Oh yes, we've been working on this for. Let's put it this way. We've been working on it. It seems like a lifetime now.
Well, we have. That's more true than you know. But anyway,
I know. Maybe we'll tell the audience one day that we're secretly time travelers.
maybe. But
Maybe they might believe us. Who knows?
I doubt it, but it's fine. The thing that I'm trying to get to is the key to the first, that, like, again, similar to Ready Player One, right? The first key in my game is buried at the creator of diamonds. So go and look for diamonds, and go and find the first of the 3 keys, and whoever wins my game gets Bitcoin. All of it.
Got it.
So again, I recreated Ready Player One in real life, where if you are the one who solves it, you become stupidly wealthy. You become the most wealthy person in the world. Like the current value of Bitcoin is like 300 billion or something stupid.
Well, each coin is only worth about what, $17,000 or $18,000 coin.
I know, it's ridiculous. It's the lowest it's ever been, from what I understand. Or, well, not ever been, but lowest it's been in about 2 years.
Yeah.
So it's one of the reasons why we're doing the stream now versus at a different time, because you know, the fact that it's low helps everybody.
Yes. And what if we had more Bitcoin?
What if we had more crypto?
Audience, we are working on releasing a new coin and giving it and integrating it with our nonprofit. So the idea is to create a Bitcoin, turn around and have it as a usable product, usable asset that people can use as a medium of exchange, one-to-one almost. Most likely it will be one-to-one.
Okay.
Well, it gives crypto a purpose other than just a shiny investment that serves no tangible purpose almost.
Right.
Because the reality of crypto is it is good. It goes up in value, it goes down in value. But it's like it's not tied to anything real.
Yes. Well,
which is a fundamental flaw within the crypto itself. Is it would gain? I feel like crypto would gain more traction if it was tied to something tangible or had a tangible purpose other than just a straight investment. And that is a flaw, and that is a fundamental flaw that I see. Now, if you're more experienced with crypto, I would love it if you came on the podcast and explained it in a far more intuitive way than I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just pointing out one of its biggest detractors.
Correct. Exactly. Yeah.
Take a tax lien, for example. That is tied to a physical location. It's tied to a physical county. And you either get your money back, or you get the piece of property plus your money back.
Right. Well, and here's the thing.
So there is an incentive for people to resolve their issues so they don't lose their property.
Correct.
It's an incentive-based crypto, basically.
What? I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Can you explain what you're saying by that?
Okay. So a crypto is just simply a certificate of value, and that value goes up and down. A tax lien is simply a certificate of value that is tied to a physical product. And that physical product can go up and down in value.
Right.
So, like everything, the tax lien system and the tax lien certificate and bonds and everything are just the earliest versions of a crypto. A crypto is just the newest version of stuff that have been built on top of before.
I apologize, my dear. I'm not trying to frustrate you. I don't understand what you're saying. And so I know the audience will not understand either.
Okay, it's a new theory that I've been working on.
Okay.
It might need some more time in the shop.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's
okay.
A little bit esoteric, sorry.
Yeah, that went over my head, my dear. So what I'm gonna have you do is I'm gonna have you think on it and then say it. I think I know what you mean, but even I am having trouble understanding. So what I need you to do is to think on it and tell me again once you've got it more clear in your head, okay?
Yeah. Again, it's a bit of an esoteric concept that I'm working on.
A little bit.
Sometimes we try out new things on the radio.
Well, see, this is one of the reasons why I love the radio so much, is because time doesn't matter on the radio. You can start, and you can talk about ideas at the full length that is necessary. So, if some topics cannot fit into a tweet, America.
No, they cannot. Take Coast to Coast AM. They've been working on the topic of aliens for the last 30 years or so.
Working, quote unquote. Sure.
Again, they've been working on the concept of aliens. Actually, they've kind of moved away from alien abductions. They're mostly dealing with the esoteric and, generally speaking, the spiritual side of the world these days.
It makes sense based on what I've seen, sure.
Yeah, a lot of Coast to Coast has been working for the last at least decade or so. They've been working on the more esoteric side of society. Right.
Oh, believe me, I know. I've heard a lot of it while we've been driving. we listen. What?
I love Coast to Coast.
I know you do.
They provide thought-provoking conversation. That, yes, you have to have an open mind to fully appreciate.
An open mind, huh?
Yes. I'm just
teasing you.
My little fox here has had some trouble in the past with having an open mind to things. He's more of a scientist. I'm more of a mad scientist.
See, here's why our show is going to be the most popular program in the world. Okay? This is why. Because I am a scientific thinker, and you are trying to convince me to be a more intuitive thinker. You are a more intuitive thinker, and I'm trying to convince/teach you how to be a more scientific thinker. Now, again, as I have said many times before, you are more normal than me in terms of how you think, which is saying something, because you definitely don't think in a normal way. But the way your mind works is closer to the average person because most people are intuitive thinkers. Most people don't care about advanced physics. Most people don't care about advanced mathematical theory. Most people don't care about, PhD level theoretical physics. Like, to me, those things are important because I find them fascinating. But for most people, they couldn't care. They couldn't care less.
Well, PhD level theoretical physics and physics. We're going to get into quantum theory at some point, and the latest quote unquote discovery of fission technology, which no, it's fusion. Sorry, fusion technology. Is it fusion or fission?
Okay.
I get the two inverted in my mind sometimes.
I know. So do most people. It's okay, my dear. To a person who has studied it, it would be like saying the sky is the same as the earth. Like that's how different the concepts are. But I know.
I'm not saying that they're different. I'm not saying they're the same thing.
Right.
I'm saying that I forget which one they just quote unquote discovered how to do.
Correct.
At the laboratory. What was it?
Yeah, it was. Let me speak if it's okay, my dear, because I remember what you're talking about. So trying to go through the process of remembering it is not efficient use of your time. Okay.
Go on.
So the thing that was discovered, something that was demonstrated for the first time, okay, is what's called cold fusion, okay, or not cold fusion. I'm sorry. What was demonstrated was fusion in general at what in an environment that we can recreate on the Earth specifically, because the thing before is we didn't know if we would be able to make fusion work in the temperature range on Earth that we had access to. So the scientific community has been working on this for 50 years by this point or whatever. But the simple fact is that it took this long for the technology to catch up to the theory. The theory was correct the entire time, but we just didn't have the technology to be able to take advantage of it.
Well,
fusion,
right?
Fusion.
Yes, fusion. Again, fusion technology was something they've been working on it for a long time, and enough elements of the scientific community have come together to make this possible.
Correct.
Now, was it heavily influenced by top secret information given to them by the U.S. military? That one's yet to be discussed. That was yet to be disclosed. I think the U.S. government has come up with a quote unquote savior to our current problems. Because they're the ones pushing and creating the problems in the first place. We just now have this new technology that discovered this new technology. Like, you guys have known about it for 20 years minimum.
Oh, yeah.
They've known about this for 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
But now that there's a demand and a need.
Correct.
Yes, Colonel. Right. What you need? Sure.
Oh, they need you in the office?
They do.
Okay. Well, I will go ahead and go off the call for now, and you just let me know when you're ready to talk. I'm actually feeling pretty tired, so I may go to bed relatively soon. But I'm at the very least I'm going to take a break. So I'm going to pause the stream for a bit and take a break for a bit.
Okay.
Okay. I'll talk to you later, my dear.
Okay.
Love you too. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that episode. I'm going to take a break for a bit, and I'll be back on later. I'm sure you guys have plenty of questions. I saw you guys typing some stuff. I just didn't have time to read it while I was on the call because I was focused on talking to Trey. So if you have any questions that you'd like to ask, you're welcome to send them to me in a DM, or you can send them to me on Telegram, Twitter, whatever. So I'll leave that up to you guys. Where is my... Okay, stream settings. Okay. There we go. The second most famous furry, at least to my knowledge, when he was outed as an animal rapist and as a necrophilia, sex with dead bodies, and animal rapist or zoophile means a person who has sex with animals. Now, sorry, some alarm is going off. I have strong evidence to believe that this person, who is the world's most famous furry, ever, okay? Let me We should just show his channel real quick. It's YouTube Tall Werewolf. He has 38,000 subscribers on this channel. And then he has his Majira Strawberry channel. Let me see if I can find it. Majira Strawberry. Okay. So this is his main channel. And he's distancing himself from this character all of a sudden, just out of the blue, distancing himself from this character. Well, he already has a video in Premiere. That's very surprising. He consistently makes about one video per month. He has for many, many months. This is the world's most famous furry. He has close to 300,000 subscribers here, and including Twitter and many other platforms, he has well over 400,000 subscribers in total. And when the details about this poor dog, Coda, here's the, let me show you. It's me talking about Christian. Let's see. Okay, sorry, let me show this to you. Okay, so this dog, which was Coda, which was Kira the Wolf's dog, posted about in public posts. He raped this dog to death, and I can't keep from speaking up about it. I have to, because this poor dog deserves justice. Not this poor dog, this one, the real one. Coda could not consent. Coda could not consent to what happened to him. The theory, because we don't know for sure, but the theory is that Coda died of what's called a UTI, or urinary tract infection. And this is likely from Kiro using his hands or whatever, his furry paws, it doesn't matter, to touch the dog's genitals. And as he was doing that, this sometimes happens in zoophile cases, unfortunately, the animal can get really, really sick really, really fast. And what happened to this poor dog that I showed you is likely that he got a urinary tract infection, and it went up to his kidneys, and he experienced kidney failure and died. Now, this dog was only 5 years old when it died. It did not die of old age. It looked very healthy in pictures and videos that that Kiro posted. There was no reason to think that this dog was that sick, and he did it. There's no one on earth could look at this evidence and say he didn't do it. I'm sorry, he did it. And furries need to wake the hell up. Furries need to wake the hell up that there are members of their community who are torturing animals to death for their sexual gratification. I can't put it any more clearer than that. It's awful. I can't even imagine something more terrible than that, and I will not stop until these individuals are exposed for what they did and receive justice, not for my sake, not for their sake, but for the sake of the animals that cannot speak up for themselves, like this dog here, Coda. This dead due to abuse, sexual abuse, and it's not acceptable. I will not stand for this. I'm calling upon the furry community to please stand with me in this, that we need to fix this. This is not something that can continue if our community is going to continue. Our community has already been ripped apart several times by these scandals, and I don't want that to happen again, but the truth is more important than people's hurt feelings, and the evidence is very clear, and you can see it all in this thread here, Kiwi Farms. The evidence is very clear that Kira the Wolf, or Joshua Hoffman, Kira Yamura, Yami the Wolf, these are some of the people, and this is some of his machines. some of his, I was reading, it said Wayback Machine, Wayback. This is some of his accounts. They've tried to go as many as they can. And there's a lot of leaks here that you guys should look at if you are a journalist. And if you are not a journalist, please be careful. Please do not download these links. Do not the full docs, the full leaks, because there are pictures and videos of animal abuse in those leaks. And unfortunately, I had to look at it because Hero was selling on my website artwork to me at the time, and there was no analysis of the logs. There was no one talking about them in detail. They were just saying, "Oh my God, it's leaked! Oh my God, oh my God!" And so my stomach was, I was about to throw up. It was awful. But I had to know the truth, because if he was guilty, I had to remove him from the site. And I determined, based on my independent analysis, that he did it. He raped his dog. It's awful. And the task fell to me. I was the only one who could do it. Anyway, I get emotional about this. I don't get emotional about a lot of things, but I get emotional about this. There's so much. There's so much here. There's so much evidence of what happened. And I'll just scroll through it quickly, because I'm sure Hero and this is, oh God, this is his dog. Oh God. And this is him talking to Snake Thing. Yeah, it's terrible. I cannot. I can't even think about I can't even think about this. It's awful. It's terrible. It's malicious. It's horrible. It's evil. And I don't say that about anything. I don't think people are evil. I don't think that cultures are evil or anything like that. But actions are evil sometimes. And it doesn't mean that, I mean, I worked with Hero. I was his merch manager for several years. And nobody knew, as far as I know. But the thing is that Hero was doing these things at his house, in his garage. And Majira filmed videos in that same garage. I don't know how to put it any more clearly than that. The dates match. Majira was there. He may have participated, and he may have done it too. I don't know if he did. I do not know. I am not claiming that he did, but the evidence is damning. I don't know if Majira is guilty, but I know that Hero is guilty. I know it. I cannot stress this hard enough. I know it in my bones, not because I saw it happen, but because I read the chat logs after having many conversations with this man as his merch manager, and it's him. It's him talking in these chat logs. Let me see if I can find another screenshot of it. But yes, he talks in these chat logs at length with this person named Snake Thing. And let me find a picture of his. Yeah. So okay, as an example. Hiro Yanimimura, okay, Hiro's old persona. This is a Flickr account, and his favorites are a bunch of mouths of animals, and he talks in the logs that were leaked tons and tons and tons and tons and tons about how he loves to rape his dog's mouth. It's awful. It's horrible. I cannot put into words, and I am a person who loves words, but I cannot put into words how horrible dogs are. I cannot. It's awful. I cannot put into words how horrible these logs are. It is awful. Awful. This poor dog dies because of the abuse that she suffered. That he suffered. Coda was male, as far as I understand. I'm still, even all this time later, I'm still trying to understand exactly what happened. But I skimmed through the logs with Hero and Snake Thing all those years ago, and I still remember them so vividly. They're awful. Talking about rape, talking about animal abuse, taking pleasure in it, taking sexual pleasure in it. It's terrible. I struggle to imagine a worse thing for a human being to do than to abuse an animal, especially in a sexual way. Oh my God. And Hiro did it. I cannot be any more clear. He did it. The things that he's accused of are true, to the best of my knowledge. Again, it's all alleged. I obviously am not a lawyer. I'm not making a legal claim, but I know he did it because I knew him. If we go back to the beginning here and we look at some of his chat logs, like this, okay, I'm in Pennsylvania, right? So here's an example, okay? This is an example of his chat logs. It's awful. Yeah, this is him. And all of the messages are in his voice. Like, you can imagine Joshua Hoffman or Kiro saying these things. It's not surprising, but it's awful. So here's some of the horribleness. Snake Thing, are you okay? Really, I got the news that my dog is dying of kidney failure. I still miss him. I'm making a tribute video tomorrow and Friday. My father is going to send me a picture of Coda in his casket when he gets home. God. Awful. It literally makes me sick. I can't look at any more of this. Anyway. Listen, here's the facts, okay? And I'm trying my best to prove these beyond a reasonable doubt because I know them to be true. I have evidence that they're true, but the evidence is not necessarily strong enough to convince someone like a TV journalist of it yet. Because I know the jail. But they told me that I reveal some of these sources that obviously I'm supposed to be able to, but I just have to find the evidence that's been posted. I don't have to reveal much other than the chat logs that I already posted, and with the lawsuit. If you're looking to hide, maybe you should stop fighting lawsuits. That makes it look like there's something to hide. or deleting our chat. Ajira? Kyle Summers? Deleting our chat? Right after I posted about you? Have a good look. It's almost like you have something to hide. I don't know if you have something to hide, but if you do, you better believe I'm going to find it. Now, I can't stop thinking about this. It goes on and repeat in my mind, and I know what happened, and I just have to prove it to the people who care. And I am trying so hard, but I don't know if I can do it, but I have to try.
Hello, friends, and welcome to the first episode of the Furry Presidential Podcast on YouTube, in video form, and we'll be posting it as audio on our other platforms as well. Hello! You can see my beautiful, beautiful face. Oh, I need to shave so bad. How are you doing today, my love? Not bad. So this is a bit of an emergency podcast episode. Do you know what an emergency podcast is? Yes. Well, let me explain it for the sake of the viewers. Okay. So there's several podcasts that do news, and whenever some type of big news story is breaking, they'll do like several podcasts in a row. And so instead of doing one podcast a week, they might do one or two a day for as long as the news stories happen. Yes. So, we have something wild to report to the viewers. The world's most famous furry, Majira Strawberry, or Kyle Summers, or Tall Werewolf on Twitter, asked me to post the proof about him and Kira. So thank you, Majira. Thank you so much for doing that, because many of your sycophantic fans had been saying, oh, how dare you post these things about him? How dare you? How dare you post these things about my idol, Majira Strawberry? And now I have your permission to post it. Thank you, Majira. Good job. Thank you. So yes, don't bother in the future. Don't bother saying, oh, well, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Because you lost that right when you told me to post the proof. I have a lot of proof. It's going to take time to go through all of it. I can't summarize it in a sentence. But what I can do is start the process of showing everyone what happened. And here are the facts. Here are the facts of the case. 1. Kira the Wolf. We've talked about him quite a bit on the podcast, but in case some of our viewers on YouTube have not seen our podcasts yet, and of course the link will be in the description, why don't you summarize for the viewers what Kira the Wolf did?
Okay, what did Kira the Wolf do? Well, hey, friends, I think it's just I'm calling to speak these words myself, so I'll serve it over to you, because it disgusts me that bit.
I don't blame you. I am a person who has been on the internet with unrestricted access for many years. Not a lot of things shock me at this point. But the idea that someone would have a sexual proclivity for
having sex with animals and having sex with dead animals as well, live and dead. I did not know about that. Before I had to start researching it, I did not know that there were people on the internet that had sex with dead animals. Fuck you, Hero. Fuck you. No one can look at the evidence that's been posted on places like twitter.com/HeroArchive. Twitter.com/HeroArchive. If you're under the age of 18, do not go to that link, please. It is appalling. It is disgusting. It is horrible. The things that Hero did. On camera! On camera! He raped his dog.
Yes, he did.
Have I showed you a picture of this dog by now?
No.
Well, when we're not driving, I will show you a picture because it is important in this story that we are telling. We are telling a story of what happened to this poor dog. And it's important to keep in mind that we are not talking about hurt feelings. We're not talking about even things proven in a court of law, because Hero has not been convicted in a court of law yet. I would like to change that, but he has not been convicted yet. We are talking about evidence. Evidence and facts only. We do not deal with feelings, we deal with facts. And the facts are, there is video of Joshua Hoffman, or Hero the Wolf. There is video of him raping his dog. Okay? Video. And if Mr. Hoffman would like to come on our podcast to try to defend himself, he's welcome to try, but he will have to defend himself against the truth with his lies. And, we're getting real tired of your shit, Hero. How long have you been a furry, my friend?
Couple years?
I've been a furry since 2011. You've been a furry since around, what, 2018 maybe? 2017?
2015.
2015? So you've been a furry for around 7 years, and I've been a furry for around 11 years.
Yes. Okay. That's right.
I consider the furry fandom to be my home.
Me too.
And to me, the idea that there are people in our fandom defending people like Kira who abuse animals for their own, not the animals, obviously, for the humans' sexual pleasure is disgusting. I cannot imagine a worse act that a human being could commit, because abuse of all types is wrong. I'm sure everyone can agree on that. But abuse is so much worse when the person or the animal cannot speak for themselves. So, abuse of an adult, terrible. I wish that never happened to anyone. Abuse of a disabled person or of a child, much worse. Much worse. I would say 10 times worse at least. Because the child or the disabled person cannot defend themselves. They cannot get out of that situation. And let me point out that animal abuse has this same problem. Dogs are unwaveringly loyal. It's terrible in these cases because you'll see videos of the dog, and the dog is very loving and affectionate, and not loving in a sexual way. I'm talking about loving in just being a partner, being a pet. Dogs love their owners, right? Yes. You have owned a dog before. I have not.
Many puppies.
And dogs have this just innate need to provide love and care and affection to their owners, right?
Yes.
And so what happens in these cases, and it is disgusting. I cannot emphasize enough. It is disgusting. What happens in these cases is the dog is trained in the same way that you can get the dog to sit. The dog is trained by the human to have sex with the human. And so to the dog, in the dog's brain, from what I understand of the psychology, in the dog's brain, they're just trying to help the human. Oh, human wants to have sex with my butt. Well, human asked me to do a lot of weird things. And again, I'm not an expert, I'm not a veterinarian, I am definitely not an animal rights lawyer. I'd love to talk to some of those people, but this is my understanding of what happens. And darling, did you know that in the chat logs that were leaked between Kira and various of his animal rapist friends, that his friends, not so much Kira himself, thank God, but his friends justified their behavior many times. Of course they do. Because no one is the villain of their own story. Even someone who rapes dogs to death is not the villain of their own story. And so they say things in these chat logs that make me sick, make me queasy, make me feel ill. Like, and it's been a very long time since I read these logs, so I may not get the exact words right, but they say these types of things many times. They say things like, oh, well, the animals want us to do it. The animal loves me. The animal wants me to rape his throat.
That's bullshit. The animal wants Kit Kats and cookies.
Correct. And so if, and God forbid, anyone ever does these things, but if the animal gets rewarded after these acts are done with treats or cuddles or whatever, then the animal starts to see these acts of abuse in a twisted way, the same way that human abuse victims oftentimes have what amounts to Stockholm syndrome. Do you know what Stockholm syndrome means?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, so it means, again, just in case a viewer doesn't know the exact definition, it means having sympathy for the person who's kidnapped you. So, having sympathy for your abuser is Stockholm syndrome. So, in the case of Stockholm syndrome, there's no ambiguity of whether the person wants to be there or not. They do not want to be kidnapped, I assume, unless you have some very weird kinks. Most people do not want to be kidnapped. But in some cases, not super frequently, but in some cases, people will develop sympathy for their abuser. So, somebody gets kidnapped and is put in a dark room and all this, and then they start talking to the kidnapper. And human nature is an interesting thing. Most people do not want to hate other people that they meet in person. That is most people don't want to do that. And so most people will, or I shouldn't say most people, some people in a desperate situation will start to rationalize in their head what is happening. Oh, well, no, this husband that I have, again, hypothetical scenario. My husband beats me every day, but, he does it because he's got so much stress at work. Stockholm. You start to rationalize bad things. And when the person or when the being abused is an animal, they don't have the ability to rationalize it in words. They can't. They cannot rationalize it in words. But it is obvious in these cases. Like, you will have a dog that is beaten and bruised and suffering. And yet when animal control comes to, come and give the dog a new home,
And they still want to give puppy kisses.
and they still want to give puppy kisses to their abuser.
Yes. It's very weird.
No, I'm explaining why it happens.
I know.
It is weird, but, this is why that happens. And the fact that Kiro's dog, and let's name the dog, by the way, because he had a name. The dog's name was Coda. And Coda is dead because Kiro abused him to the point of death. Okay? I cannot state this any clearer. Coda was abused until he died. And somehow, Kiro is still a free man. It's unjust,
No.
After hearing some of these things, and there's a lot more, but unfortunately, there's a lot more to this story. But just from what you've heard so far today, you want to take that son of a bitch down? Yeah. Me too. So Majira, I'm guessing that you're watching this and you're going, I'm good. I'm in the clear. This guy, this other furry president, he ain't got nothing on me. He's just talking about Kiro, all that shit. All that shit's been disproven so long ago. No, it has not been disproven so long ago. Majira, go look at the evidence for yourself. Kiro Archive is the Twitter handle. Twitter.com/Kiro Archive. It's on YouTube as well. About 20 videos. No one could look at that evidence and say that Kiro is innocent. No one. And here's my question for you, Majira. Kyle Summers. Here's my question for you. Kyle, why were you on record? Why were you at Kiro's house on public record on days that he talks about raping his dog? Can you explain that one for me, Majira? That you were at his house while it was happening? On video? Not you on video, but Kiro was on video. And there's timestamps. Good luck getting out of this one, Majira. Good luck. Now, there's a lot of other things that I think Majira did. I don't know for sure. But there's a lot of evidence that he grooms his fans, including me. So good luck disproving my own personal experience, but there's lots of evidence that he did this to other people as well. Grooms his fans, for sex specifically. May have groomed underage fans. And, by the way, in the chat logs that I posted, he had sex with Cory Coyote. another famous furry YouTuber who had sex with Rico Tiger, a furry who has HIV. So, Majira, I have a question. When was the last time you had an STI test? Because I just had one, and I don't have any STIs. Or, for those not hip on the lingo, STIs. Sexually transmitted infections. Things like HIV, syphilis, etc.
Yay.
Hey, Majira, I just went and got a test. And I'm going to be posting that test publicly so that everyone knows that I'm not spreading STIs around at conventions. Will you do the same thing and post a clean test? Because if you don't, and I know you won't, because you are not getting regularly tested according to people that are friends with you. Majira, you could be positive for sexually transmitted infections, including HIV. You could be. Do you know if you are? Because I don't know if you are. I'm just saying you could be spreading HIV to your underage fans. That would be a crime. A quite serious crime, in fact. Now, again, it's possible that Majira has done nothing illegal. That is possible. But, even if he has done nothing illegal whatsoever, he used his power as a famous YouTuber to try to get me to give him sexual favors. And there's proof, clear proof, with timestamps in his own words. So even if he didn't do anything illegal, he's still a creepy, weird, sexual predator. And that's not okay. Even if it is not technically illegal, which it may be illegal, it may not be, but if it is technically not illegal, it's still weird and creepy, and it's not okay in our community. So, we are almost to the restaurant where we're going to enjoy a delicious meal. And, Majira, you asked me to post the evidence, and this is the first of many videos that I will be making on this topic. So I look forward to hearing your lies. I look forward to your slander of my character. I look forward to you trying to prove that you didn't say in your own words in our chat that you deleted that you wanted me to give you sexual favors, and I was uncomfortable with it. It is very obvious in the chat that I was uncomfortable, but you didn't notice because you have not faced any consequences for your actions. And that is my soapbox for the day.
Hello, hello, friends, and welcome back to the State of Fandom. My name is Neil Fox, and with me, as always, is my partner in love and in life,
Link Labrador, today being the Skull Doggo, taking on very serious topics.
Indeed, we are taking on a very serious topic today, which is animal abuse in the furry fandom. I would hope that people who pretend to be animals for fun would know not to abuse animals.
Well, there's knowing and then there's laying down the law.
Yeah. So, we are currently on the way to the house owned by Kiro the Wolf, as publicly posted on Kiwi Farms.
Oh, he owns his own house.
Well, to be fair, it does say 3rd floor on Kiwi Farms. So, my guess is apartment complex or condo. I don't know. I've never been there before.
We'll find out.
We will find out. Because we will not be doing anything illegal. Is it illegal to knock on someone's door?
No.
Is it illegal to ask someone questions?
Negative.
So, we will not be doing any illegal action, including we will not be saying his address in this video, because that could be construed as intimidation. And we are not going to be intimidating him. We are going to be asking questions, such as, Hero, are the things that you're accused of true? Are the leaks, which you have confirmed multiple times to be true, including to Kothorix, who has his own set of issues as a person, but you confirmed, Hero, to Kothorix that the leaks were true. You confirmed to a fellow YouTuber that they were true. You also confirmed to another YouTuber, who happens to be a child predator, by the way. You confirmed to another YouTuber that the leaks were true. Hero, I'm concerned for you, because your friends, who you confided in that the leaks were true, are almost as disgusting as you. So I'm curious why you keep this circle of friends, Hero, and I'm also curious why you want to come back to the furry fandom. Link, I have a question for you.
What's the question?
Why is Hero's best friend, other than Majira, why is Hero's second best friend from back in the day, named Snake Thing, why is he in prison for 25 years for the exact same crimes that Hero allegedly committed? Why is he in prison for 25 years and Hero is not?
Why is he in prison for 25 years? Good question. Simple answer. He got caught.
Correct. Why did the police in Pittsburgh drop the investigation against Hero?
Because his mommy and daddy protected him.
That's correct.
Protected their perfect little fucking angel.
Yeah, their perfect angel who rapes dogs.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we're not going to stand for that, Hero. You cannot be a member of the furry fandom and do these things, okay? We will not stand for this. We are the furry fandom. We care about animals. We dress up as animals.
Yes.
And you, Hero, you,
Worthless fucking piece of shit.
you posted a picture of a fox. I am a fox, okay? You posted a picture of a dead fox that you fucking raped, you fucking idiot! How dare you! How fucking dare you, Hero! And that is my soapbox for today. Hello, and welcome back to the State of the Fandom. My name is Neil Fox, and we have some very interesting developments in the Cure the Wolf investigation that we are conducting. And with me, as always, is my partner in love and in life, and in everything that I do, Link Labrador.
Hello, this is Link Labrador, the ever-vigilant watchdog of the furry fandom.
Yes,
How's everyone
indeed.
doing?
Yes, indeed. I'm doing okay. It's been an interesting day, to say the least.
God, yes, it has. Between the epic breaking news that we just received.
Yes.
And I would assume you just got a new message of some sort.
Yes. So, before I tell you about that, let's just summarize for the benefit of our listeners what happened earlier today. So, there is an address that Kiro apparently lived at. From the information that I had, he still lived there, but apparently that information was outdated. So, the address...
By a couple of weeks, too.
Yeah, by a couple
How
of
crazy
weeks.
is that?
Yeah. Hero apparently just recently moved out of an apartment, and that is quite interesting. I have quite a lot of footage to share, and, we were careful not to bother anybody. We were careful to make sure to be respectful of the people that we talked to. And unfortunately, for the sake of our investigation, Mr. Joshua Hoffman no longer lives at that address. But we learned exactly where he used to live, and we got some very interesting information about his roommates, and possibly a current roommate. Now, I'm going to be going through all of the evidence that we collected. because there's maybe about an hour or so of footage. So, obviously I'm not going to remember all that off the top of my head. So I'm going to have to go through it and compile it and put it together so that we can tell the story and get the evidence to the public. But a very productive day in terms of the investigation. We have a lot of new information that no one has seen yet. No one knows this information. This is new information in regards to the Kiro case.
Interesting.
Pretty.
What is this information?
Well, like I said, we have information about the roommates that Kiro was living with up until about 2 months ago, apparently.
Yep.
We spoke to someone who lived just down the hall from where he lived in this building. And we also spoke with somebody who works at one of the businesses in that building. So it's a residential area with businesses in the lower levels and then residential in the upper levels. Yeah, it's relatively common for New England.
Oh god, yeah.
And
Super common.
yeah. And so we have some excellent contacts. We're going to be interviewing the person that lived down the hall from him because he, as it happened, was a friend of Mr. Joshua Hoffman. Now, thank God, apparently he did not know anything about what Kiro had done. He did not know anything about Kiro's online presence. He was surprised to learn that, as he called him, Josh, was a YouTuber. Didn't even know that he had a YouTube channel. So, makes sense. For somebody who lives down the hall from you, they're not going to necessarily know that unless you tell them. And I am not surprised that Kiro did not tell him. But apparently this person was invited over for Dungeons & Dragons, visited their apartment about 7 times, he said. So, I guess every couple of months maybe he would go over for whatever reason. Hopefully we will get to interview this person and get more information about what Kiro has been doing for the past 2 years while he has been largely silent on the internet. Sorry, not 2 years, since 2018. So for 4 years he's been largely silent. Not entirely silent, but largely silent. And I feel so excited about this. Like, this is something that I have been trying to uncover. This is something that I've been trying to learn for such a long time. And this is a huge break in the story.
Indeed, it is.
So, let me just read you a message that I got earlier today. I find this message to be quite funny. It says, now this is by an account called Archive the Wolf. We've talked about this account before, remember?
Yes, we have.
Kiro Archive on Twitter. I have recommended this archive channel several times because this person, whoever they are, has done an excellent job of summarizing the evidence. It's a lot of evidence. It's very complicated. And it is difficult to understand, especially for someone who's not deeply into the furry fandom. Like, I have trouble understanding it, and I knew Kiro. I met him in person. I met him online. I talked to him extensively, and even I have trouble following all of this. So, thank you, Kiro Archive, for the excellent work that you have done. Now, here's what this person had to say to me. Coda is not a prop to use for whatever your latest scam is. Stop acting like you're the only person talking about this case. And for God's sake, don't harass whoever lives at Kiro's old address. Interesting, Kiro Archive. Thank you for your message. So, not a prop. Okay. Interesting for you, the person who has been one of the loudest and most frequent voices for Coda, the dog that Kiro raised. Interesting that you would be one who say that I'm using Coda as a prop. I am not. I am pointing out the fact that this animal was raped and has not received justice. That is all I am doing. If you don't believe that, I am shocked because you have been telling this story so well for so long. I want to help you in this journey, in this fight for justice. I want to help you. And attacking each other is not going to help.
No, it will not.
To use for whatever your latest scam is. Yeah, please define. I am more than happy to debate you on the issues, but I am not the same person that I was in 2015 when I traced stuff. I was wrong. I have said many times, I am sorry. I was wrong. I am not the same person. I have been through many years of therapy. I have been through many years of training in various different disciplines, including art training, to learn from my mistakes. I have changed. And if people don't see that at this point, that's their problem and not mine. Stop acting like you're the only person talking about this case. What are you talking about? I know that I'm not the only person talking about this case. However, I would like to point out that whenever I talk about it, or whenever you talk about it, or whenever other people talk about it, at this point, after 4 years, people say, oh, well, there's no new evidence in the case. Why are you still talking about it? Well, I just found new evidence in the case. So, we do have something new to talk about. And just because you don't like me, doesn't mean that the evidence is not real.
Agreed.
You are welcome to dislike me. That is fine. I know that I come across rudely to people. I know that I rub people the wrong way. I am autistic.
Now, I have a question. For
Sure.
the naysayers out there, in reality, are you guys doing anything like this? Or are you just, oh, there's nothing to see here, nothing to see here?
Are you guys on the ground actually trying to bring Kira to justice? Because I don't see anyone doing that other than us. Now, yes, there are many people working hard online, and I am not dismissing that work. That work is important. But in investigative journalism, sometimes you have to go and do it in person. Sometimes that is necessary.
But don't just be a keyboard warrior.
Don't! You look at...
If I had the opportunity to hunt down Simba, I would hunt down his location. I would go interview him myself.
Yes.
And next time that there's a virtual furry convention or whatever, I may just talk to him myself.
Please do. Let's find him. Let's talk to him, over VR chat or whatever.
Exactly. Again, I've heard a lot of terrible things. I have seen a lot of terrible things, and I've seen what Simba has done to people. I have personally taken it hard. Oh, and Simba's also personally attacked me and tried to remove me from the internet. On Kiwi Farms.
Yeah.
Dumbass. I mean, he orchestrates his own Kiwi Farms.
Of course.
He's not much of a narcissist.
Jesus. That's kind of a new low for me. I'm sure other people have done what Simba has done. When I say new low for me, I have never heard of someone other than Simba actually posting to their own Kiwi Farms thread. That's kind of weird. I did not know someone would do that. But, Simba continues to surprise me.
He's the bane of the furry family.
But yes, so just to summarize, let me finish here. Don't harass whoever lives at Kira's old address. Fair enough. We didn't.
Okay.
We didn't harass anyone. We asked some of his former, people who live in the same house. We asked them some questions. Well, not necessarily roommates, but like people who lived in the same apartment complex or the same apartments.
Yeah.
We asked people questions, and they responded of their own free will. That's not harassing people. That I don't. Can someone please explain to me why I get no benefit of the doubt? I do not understand. And I'm asking a serious question because I am autistic. I don't understand people very well. Archive the Wolf, you have been trying to take Hero down for years and been doing an excellent job. And someone is trying to help your investigation and you're attacking them? Why?
Genius.
Are you serious? Why?
Oh, because we're scamming everyone.
How am I scamming anyone? Please,
How is this a scam?
please tell someone, please,
Please explain.
tell me.
For the love of God, for the love of Jesus, explain how this is a scam.
Can someone
Scam!
please,
Explain how this is a scam, brother.
can someone please explain how me trying to take down an animal rapist is a scam? By the way, on my own dime,
On our own dime.
we drove here using our gas. We stayed in an Airbnb overnight. We have paid money to be here. How is that a scam? We are trying to serve justice, not ourselves. We are trying to get justice served, is what I'm trying to say. We are trying to get justice served in a horrible case where the victim, an animal, even if he was still alive, he could not speak up for himself. So, can someone please explain to me why this happens? Because I legitimately do not understand. Archive the Wolf, I am trying to help your investigation. I am trying to help the case that you have been studying for years.
Oh, the moment you get involved, it's somehow a scam.
Sure.
Based off of other people's compiled evidence and research. What side are you people on?
Yes.
Seriously.
Can someone please debate me on the facts instead of just saying, "Oh, you must be scamming people"? How?
Please explain.
Can
Are we
anyone?
asking for money for people?
No,
No.
we're not.
Are we doing this of our own volition? Yes.
Have you heard of the word journalist before? This is what journalists do. Journalists follow a story until they find the answer. And yes, you may not like me. That's fine. I don't care if you like me or not. What I do care about is the truth. And slandering me with lies is not in pursuit of the truth. So I am opposed to that. I am opposed to attacking me with lies. If you want to attack me with the truth, go right ahead. I am happy to admit what I have done wrong. I am happy to learn from my mistakes, and I am happy to change. I am doing my best to do that. I am not a perfect person by any means. I am not a perfect person.
I know what song we can play at the end of this particular one. Perfect Person by Green Day. Or not a
Sounds great.
perfect person by Green Day. Whatever the fuck it is. Who cares? It's Green Day.
That's great.
There's many things
And-
in life I wish I didn't do.
Yes, yes. If you want to criticize me for tracing in 2015, that is your right. I do not have any way to stop you,
I mean,
and I don't want to stop you.
I mean, if you want to continue harping on someone tracing an X amount of time after the after the statute of limitation has dissolved,
Yes, the statute of limitations. The
The
statute of limitations expired in 2018.
And here's my response to further questions about the tracing. Statute of limitations dissolved. Shut up. Go away.
Yes.
Shut up. Next question.
Exactly. If you want to talk about it, if you want to come on the podcast and debate me, please. I am happy to do that. I will debate anyone. I will talk to anyone. I am happy to. Because I have nothing to hide. People
Unlike
have...
heroes.
Unlike Hero. Yes, unlike Hero, unlike Majira. Yes, so, please, can we have a debate on the facts and not just throwing insults at each other?
Because I really have better things to do than throw insults at you. and I can come up with more creative insults than you.
Yeah.
A lot more creative.
That's great. But yeah, I have made mistakes. I am a person who has grown in my life. I can admit that I have made mistakes, and I am happy to talk about the mistakes that I've made. For example, tracing. Sure, that was bad. I am sorry. 2, not finishing people's commissions on time. I'm sorry. It was a mistake. And in addition, there were extenuating circumstances. I was, if you must know, I was running for my life after my home was broken into, and I did not have commissions as the first thing on my mind. Now, yes, I should have communicated more clearly with the people who commissioned me, but I made it right. I communicated with the people who were ready to communicate with me once I was able to get back online and actually pay attention to it, and I refunded everyone's money. What do you want me to do? I can't go back in time and prevent someone from breaking into my house. That's not possible. It's also not possible for me to go back in time and tell myself, hey, just don't take any commissions right now because you're going to be really busy in a week when somebody breaks into your house. Like, I can't do that. I can, when someone comes to me and says, you did the wrong thing, I can say, okay, I was wrong. Now let me make it right. But what I can't do is, I cannot live up to a standard of perfection. That is not possible. And the fact that furries on the internet apparently expect a standard of perfection is ludicrous. Everyone has made mistakes. Everyone has skeletons in their closet. Everyone has things that they would rather not have to think about that they did 10, 15, 20 years ago. That is something that everyone deals with. As a person who has been, not famous by any means, but as a person who has been a public figure to an extent on the internet for many years, my mistakes are public. That's part of the job. So my mistakes are easy to find and compile into a snappy YouTube video. That's fine. Go right ahead. You will not hurt my feelings by talking about my mistakes that I have worked to fix. So, in conclusion, Archive the Wolf, thank you for the excellent work that you have done. Please, let's be adults here and debate on the facts and not yell at each other when we are trying to accomplish the same goal, which is to take down Hero for what he did. Hello, and welcome to the State of the Fandom or the Furry Presidential Podcast. I'm not sure which title to use. What do you think?
Let's just use the State of the Fandom.
State of the Fandom, all right. Welcome back to the State of the Fandom. I am your president for life, democratically elected, of course. And my name is Neil Fox, and with me as always is my partner, my husband of the future.
Hello, I am Link Labrador.
Hello, Link Labrador. You can see that he is driving at the moment, so he may have to focus on that a little bit from time to time, but we will do our best to make the podcast interesting. So, Link Labrador.
Yes.
What topic would you like to discuss in the podcast today? We've been discussing a lot of really interesting stuff, like how to make politicians look like fools. That's a really interesting topic, and we will discuss it quite frequently.
Yeah.
We've also been discussing Kira the Wolf. We get a lot of clicks on our videos when we talk about Kira the Wolf, so that might be a good one. We've been talking a lot about Majira Strawberry, and that is one that we could talk about probably for another 10 hours at least. What would you like to talk about?
Well, let's start with the easier of the topics today.
Okay.
And that would be Kira the Wolf. Because...
Kira the Wolf, indeed. So, here's what I'm thinking, okay?
Yeah?
Let's talk about some of the things that are part of the story for Kira the Wolf, okay? Part of Kira the Wolf's story that have not been covered extensively by other YouTubers.
Okay?
Fair enough.
So, Cecil McFly is probably the highest profile YouTuber who has talked about him. She has, I think, around 500,000 subscribers, something like that. But ironically enough, he has not been covered by some of the more famous YouTubers who do news, like, say, Philip DeFranco, for example.
Oh?
I am really surprised that Philip DeFranco has not covered the fact that a YouTuber is allegedly, and I have to use the word allegedly because he has not yet been convicted, but he has allegedly committed acts of rape, zoophilia, necrophilia, and zoo-sadism.
Yes!
Now, we've explained zoo-sadism on a previous podcast, but it was several months ago at this point. So let's go over that topic again, because it is important to understand what that term means. So, zoo-sadism. Zoo, meaning relating to animals. Sadism, meaning the pain and suffering of the animal gives the person sexual pleasure. It is horrible. It is disgusting. It is despicable. I struggle to even think of a thing that would be worse. Like yes, there are many things that are terrible in this world, but torturing animals to get your rocks off is pretty much, in my opinion, as bad of an action as someone can do.
Agreed.
So, let's talk about some of the things that many people may not know about what happened with Kira the Wolf, including Cecil McFly herself, who has done extensive research. Okay? And, there's several Kiwi Farm threads about this. Do you know what Kiwi Farms is?
Of course I know what Kiwi Farms is.
Okay, well,
Yeah, for the audience.
for audience members who may not know, what is Kiwi Farms?
For the audience members who don't know what Kiwi Farms is, it is a place where you can speak about the darker parts of any celebrity, basically.
Right. So there are a lot of places on the internet, YouTube included, where talking about someone's personal life is either completely against terms of service, like on TikTok, or just highly frowned upon, like on YouTube.
Uh-huh.
So I will not be disclosing Mr. Kira the Wolf's personal information, other than things that have been talked about in the public light. So I will not, to my knowledge, I will not be disclosing anything illegal or anything personal about him that has not already been disclosed publicly. Okay? Now, I do have some information about him that the public does not know before I post this video. Because I worked with the fucking guy for years as his merch manager at Artwork Team. I know a lot about this person. I exchanged many messages with Hiro. His name is Joshua Hoffman. Now, Joshua Hoffman is not a name that is a secret. It has been posted many, many places. This is not posting someone's private information, YouTube. I am not disclosing private information. I am simply reporting on a topic that has been widely reported upon in other places. So, Josh. Hey, Josh.
Hey, bud.
Hey, buddy. Hey.
Hello.
Hi, Kiro. So, I have a question. Why are you, to this very day, still using artwork that we commissioned for you at Artwork Tea and we paid for, after we had to ban you from the site over 4 years ago? Are you so uncreative, Kiro, that you can't come up with a new shirt design in 4 years? That's not exactly a good look for you, man. You're still using the designs that we made for you on your behalf. And then we had to ban you because you fucked your dog to death. And then you kept using our work. Good job, Hiro. Good job.
Good thinking, Kiro.
So smart. That's just one of many things
that the public may not know. So, in terms of the shirts, okay?
Yeah.
He has used the shirts that we made for him at Artwork Team. I'll have to pull up some examples for the podcast or YouTube audience, but basically any of the shirts that have his character on them that he uses in videos all the time, yeah, we made those for him. I sent them to him as free samples because I wanted him to be able to sell on the site. Before all the fucking leaks came out, he was one of the highest sellers on Artwork Team. He was so popular that he made quite a lot of sales on our website. People loved this guy. It is one of the reasons why he still has, to this day, hundreds of supporters online. Hundreds of people who say, I think it was all a hoax. I think it was all faked. He is innocent. He did nothing wrong. To those people, I say, do you have eyes? Do you have ears? Do you have functioning brains? Because there is video of Joshua Hoffman or Kiro the Wolf raping his dog to death. I can't put it any more clearly. There is video. And not only that, but it is obviously him. Obviously. People are like, oh, you can't prove it's him. I knew this guy, okay? I knew him in person. I knew him online. It's him. Like, I am not a stupid individual. If I look at a person and I say, oh, that's how that person would act. That's how that person would think. That's how that person would talk. That's how that person would walk. That's that person's tattoo that's on their thigh that very few people even know exists. Oh, you're telling me that someone painted your tattoo on their thigh, Kiro? To frame you? And they found an actor that has exactly your same body type. Oh, and their fingers look exactly like yours. Their fingers. You're telling me someone manicured their hands to look exactly like you to frame you? Sure. No, that is not what fucking happened. Kiro, you raped Coda to death, and I am not going to let you get away with it. I have a conscience, Kiro, unlike you, unlike your fucking rapist friends. I have a conscience, and I will not stand for this. I trusted you, Kiro. I trusted you. I put my trust in you so much that I made you a bunch of money. I made you those designs that you're still using, Kiro. You fucking asshole. Now, Kiro, I have a recommendation for you. Here's what you should do. You should leave the internet permanently, or you should debate me. Because it's one or the other, Kiro. Either you just disappear, and no one ever hears from you again, and you can live a long and happy life. And if you do, it would be very difficult for me to debate you. It would be very difficult for me to prove that you are guilty, because just like you did before, if you say nothing, it's very difficult for someone to argue against you. But
Very true.
Kiro, you came back to YouTube, and you claimed that you are innocent. That is a claim that I can prove is false. And no, Kiro, you are not allowed to continue your rape, your abuse, your mutilation of dead bodies. Jesus fucking Christ, you are not allowed to do that. You did those things, Kiro. You posted a picture to your friend, Snake Thing, who is in prison for 25 years. You posted a picture of a dead fox that you raped, Kiro. That's called necrozoophilia.
Well, I have a question here. Would you prefer we go to Snake Thing and see if he's willing to talk to us?
That's an excellent point. Hey, Hero, I have a question. So Snake Thing is serving a 25-year prison sentence. So we have, 20 years or so, since he's been in prison for a couple of years now. We have 20 years to go and find him and talk to him. Hero, do you think that Snake Thing might be willing to expose what you did? Since he is rotting in jail and you are not, I think he might be willing to do that.
Yeah, let's go find some of your old friends. They might be willing to help us. They might even be willing to talk some sense into you as well.
I would love, oh my God, can you imagine how interesting that podcast would be if we got Snake Thing on the phone from prison, and we got Hero on the phone on Discord, and we had a conversation.
Oh my God.
That would
Let's do
be an exceptionally interesting podcast. Because you would have Snake Thing saying things like, oh yeah, Kiro did this. Like, this was his main account. By the way, Kiro, I confirmed repeatedly that some of the messages from the deleted account, I confirmed that those messages were from your main account that you communicated with me. So you're telling me, so let me see if I get this straight, Kiro. So you're telling me and the public that you were framed so well that someone could write a book worth of text in your own voice, could fake pictures that only you could create, and could somehow hack into your phone and copy your Telegram account to the point that forwarded messages that you wrote from your main account look like they were from your main account, but they actually weren't. They were actually from a different account. Sure, Kiro, sure.
Right.
That's totally what happened, and not that you are a fucking rapist.
That sounds logical.
Sure. Yeah, Kiro, you were framed. Sure.
Buddy, Kiro. I'm sorry, man. The evidence stacks up against you in an overwhelming typhoon, and those willing to believe you without taking any common sense into account. Well, quite frankly, I see why you have so many underage moronic friends.
Yeah.
And fans.
Unsurprisingly, many of his fans were born after the year 2000. Okay? Like, these are young fans. And do you think that fans that are like fucking 14, do you think that these 14-year-old fans are gonna go dig through a Kiwi Farms thread and find all this shit? No, they're just gonna go, no, of course, my favorite YouTuber would never do that. We've seen this before. We've seen this before.
We have.
Do I need to remind you of the dozens of cases in which this has happened in this exact sequence of steps? Oh, I was framed! It was all a conspiracy against me! And then your legion of idiot fans comes to defend you. Oh, yes, of course, Kiro could never do anything wrong. Or, what's another example? Oh, Kevin Spacey. Kevin Spacey could never do anything wrong. Oh, my priest could never do that. My priest would never molest a child. He's so nice. He's so kind to me, his parishioner. Why would he rape my son? That must be a lie. Yeah, no, Kiro, wake the fuck up, okay? You cannot get away with this ever again. If you are abusing animals right now, so fucking help me, I will get you fucking thrown in prison. Unsurprisingly, he has not posted about having any new pets. Unsurprisingly, he has not made hardly any public statements that were easily verifiable or unverifiable. He has just made many public comments in the past year or two. Would you like to know what some of those comments are?
Yes, I would.
Well, apparently the hate comments fuel him. He likes to see them. Great. Hero, you know what? You're about to get about 100,000 more of these comments, so I hope you enjoy them. Because you won't just be getting criticism from furries, you will be getting criticism from the public. My love, my wonderful partner in life, I have a question.
Yes.
Does the general public, the news-watching public, does the average viewer of news, or listener to news if it's the radio, does the average news consumer care whether or not puppies are raped to death?
The average do care.
Uh-huh. Does the average furry care about Hero anymore? The answer is no, according to about 100 people in my Twitter comments right now. Oh, you're bringing up old drama. There's nothing else to be said about this story. You are fucking wrong.
The story's just getting started.
Yeah. So, furries, I have something to say to you. Not to Hero, to you, furries. Here's what I want to say. There's nothing else to bring up? I'm sorry. I worked with Hero, and I have not told my entire story because I hoped that I had done enough by canceling him from my website, by making many statements, both in private and in public, that Hero was a disgusting, horrible human being and deserved every bit of justice that is coming to him. And I hoped that the police of Pittsburgh would do the right thing and would put him in fucking prison. But unfortunately, darling, do you know what happened? Hero's parents would not cooperate with the investigation. His parents would not cooperate with putting their son in jail, and therefore they had to drop the case for one reason and one reason only.
Lack of evidence?
Lack of evidence. So I say, here's what I say. Why don't we, you and I, why don't we provide so much evidence, so much public outcry, so much evidence that they can't deny it?
What if we just rolled up to the police station and said, here, I'm a prime. I
am an investigative journalist.
I am an investigative journalist, and here's a thumb drive with more evidence on it. And this evidence is shocking and appalling.
Mm-hmm.
Here you go. And it's just a full breakdown of literally everything that you could possibly download.
Yes.
Uncensored. And you just hand it to them. Completely uncensored.
So here is why we are not going to do that. Okay? Now, we are going to do something similar, but we are not going to do that specific strategy, and here's why. Darling, if we did that with the Indianapolis Police Department, based on our own experience with them, would they do anything?
Okay, I'm skipping scenes.
Scenes?
Yes.
Okay, what do you
I'm
mean?
skipping a series of steps.
Okay.
Get the public outcry first.
Yep,
Get into the newspapers.
absolutely. Get other journalists investigating the evidence first.
Yep.
Then make the case very, very, very obvious. Okay?
Yep.
So we will provide them, the police department and, the homicide department and, all of these different departments that would be involved. The fucking FBI, for example. We will provide them all of the evidence, but as part of that, we will provide them a very clear story.
Agreed.
So, for example, we will work together with journalists from around the world with furries from around the world. No hero, new hero. We will work together with them to create a document. This document will have all of the evidence laid out in chronological order about both Hero and Majira and Pineapple Fox and Kiwi Fox and Simba and anyone else who deserves justice. Okay? We will lay it all out in chronological order with sources, with video and audio interviews. So, for example, we will not just provide a picture. We will provide a picture and then a link to a podcast where we talk about the person in the picture and we talk to the person in the picture if possible. And goddamn, if the police do not believe that is enough evidence, then they are buffoons and fools, which we know that to be true. But we cannot do more than that. If we lay out the evidence in such a clear and obvious and straightforward fashion, and we bring the public, and we bring the courts, and we bring the journalists to the police and say, this has to be fixed. And they do nothing. Here is our next step, okay?
Yeah.
Here is what we do next. If they will do nothing. Now, this would not be something we would be doing today. This is not something we would be doing tomorrow. This might be a year from now or 2 years from now. But if they do nothing, we will protest outside of the Pittsburgh Police Department as long as it takes. On public property, where they cannot remove us under the Constitution. Charlie, what does the Constitution say about people gathering?
And we have every goddamn right to do it.
We have the right to assemble peacefully. Specifically, peacefully. If I'm not mistaken, that is in the law. So, if we are not causing a fucking disturbance, and we are not burning the place to the ground, which, goddamn people, are you fucking kidding me? Why would you set your own city on fire? The right.
It's a very simple solution, guys. Yeah, don't set it on fire.
Yes.
It's how you net. Now, there's a facetious idea that we could employ.
Okay, it's a joke. It's a joke.
This is obviously just a joke.
Okay.
You don't burn down your own city. You don't even burn down your neighbor's city. You find something that you guys can come and hug about in the happy, joy world of this United States of America. And here's an idea.
Yep.
Stop setting shit on fire. It makes you look like a fucking dumbass.
So here, this is a very funny voice that you're doing, but let me do it in a bit more serious way, okay?
Yes.
So, why, this might sound like a joke, but I'm actually trying to ask a serious question, so I want a serious answer, okay?
Yeah.
Why do people, during protests, set things on fire? And set things on fire is kind of a broad term, so let me be more clear. Why do protests sometimes turn violent against the police or against the community?
Anger, outrage. It usually starts with something small and usually escalates from there.
Right.
Typically.
People and so there are two reasons primarily, and you've touched on some of them, right?
Yeah.
One reason is things getting out of hand. If somebody is really upset, go. If someone is really upset about injustice, and then someone starts a fight, sometimes it gets out of hand. People act much differently in groups than they do by themselves.
Yes.
Much differently.
Well, it comes down to mob mentality at that point.
Exactly. So, sometimes mob mentality makes people do really stupid shit. And I wish that were not true, but that's just fucking human nature. Happens with monkeys, happens with humans. Like, it's not complicated to figure out. But there is a much worse possibility, which is sometimes people take advantage of the chaos to do crimes.
Uh-huh.
So, for example, if there is a crowd of 1,000 people, protesting whatever, it doesn't matter. It could be a left-wing protest, could be a right-wing protest, could be a fucking Martian protest. It doesn't matter. The point is that it's a bunch of people protesting something.
Agreed.
Martian protests! March for the Martians! March for the Martians! Whatever. The point is I'm taking the politics out of it. Because if I say, oh, yes, a right-wing protest, a left-wing protest, then people are going to be like, oh, well, that's totally justified. Like, God
Guys.
damn it.
Fighting and murdering each other and setting their police precinct on fire is not justified. No. What could be, which could be maybe justified would be like burning down a McDonald's, but
No, we are not advocating for violence, and we are not advocating for murder, and we are not advocating for burning shit down. So, yes, hold on, be careful, my dear. So, here is what I want to say on this topic, okay?
yeah.
If anyone would like to use this in the future, by the way, everything on my channel is in the public domain. So anyone is welcome to use this audio or video for whatever purpose that they choose, as long as it is a lawful purpose.
Yeah.
Okay? So, don't put it on some child pornography video, but other than that, you're fine to use it for whatever fuck you want. As long as it's a lawful purpose, you can use it for whatever you want. So, anyway, my point is, that is not the way to get things to be the way you want. So, here is an example, okay? I would like to see the Supreme Court, or the President, or the Congress, or whatever. I would like to see someone in power return the United States to a functioning democracy with abortion rights as a sacred part of the law. It is appalling that we would have struck down Roe v. Wade. Are you fucking kidding me? No, this will not stand. So I would like to see that changed. Now, I could, in principle, I would not do this because I do not believe in violence. Let's not make a really loud noise while I'm recording my laptop. No. Okay, you wanted a puppetry. Okay. Let me start that part over. Because hearing that in the background is not good audio for the podcast. Okay. So how do you and I want to change this thing? I want to make abortion rights. And let's be clear. You can call it right to life, you can call it right to abortion, you can call it whatever the fuck you want. I think that it should be the woman's right to choose. Because giving birth is an exceptionally difficult, dangerous medical procedure.
Yes.
And if you don't believe that people should have the right to choose whether or not they should have a medical procedure, you are wrong. We don't force people to have surgeries. We do not force people to, have doctor-assisted suicide. We do not force people to have medical procedures against their will.
That is called Nazi Germany.
And so you're telling me that we are going to force poor, mostly black women to have a difficult, expensive medical procedure against their will?
Genius.
I.e., giving birth in an American hospital oftentimes costs $10,000 or more. So you're telling me that this woman who maybe she works at a McDonald's, maybe she works at a fucking TGI Fridays for, $2 a fucking hour. How the fuck is she ever supposed to pay for a $10,000 medical bill? Are you fucking stupid? So you are not enshrining right to life. You are enshrining right to punish poor people for being poor.
Right to racism.
Right to racism. That's what it should be called. This is what this law is. Right to racism. And, oh, by the way, under the law, you cannot make a law that is racist. So, anyway, we have to change this as a country, as a people. We will not be able to proceed forward into the future. Darling, do you think that on the Starship Enterprise, every single fucking woman has to have a baby if she gets pregnant? No! No! God fucking damn it, are you fucking stupid? I want to make the Federation real, as close to real as we can possibly make it, and this will not help that. If we have, every woman in America has to go through the entire process of giving birth to a baby every time she accidentally breaks a condom. That is not just. That is not realistic. That is not right.
Well, here's what they're gonna do next.
Okay.
They're just gonna make condoms illegal, so you don't have to worry about breaking a condom. Genius!
That's making condoms illegal is approximately as smart as making abortion illegal. That is roughly equivalent in terms of intelligence. So
It's like trying. Okay, it's on the same intellectual level as banning all alcohol.
yes,
Prohibition didn't work, guys. Read your fucking history books, people.
it didn't. Oh my God! And that was a constitutional amendment, by the way. That was
Yeah.
not just a Supreme Court decision. That was a constitutional fucking amendment.
Back when you could get the constitutional amendments passed due to. It sounds better than just having a bunch of fucking yuppies who are about to keel over dead anyway, making the rules, and then, oh, I'll get my pet project got done, I'm gonna vacate my seat.
I'm gonna go work for a lobbyist firm and make $500,000 a year. Yeah, no.
I got a Supreme Court justice. I got my pet project done that I've been working on for 40 years. Last 40 years. I'm gonna vacate my seat and I'm gonna leave it up to someone else. Have you noticed?
Go ahead.
1 second.
Go ahead.
Have you noticed
Uh-huh.
that after Roe v. Wade
Yep.
wound up getting repealed, what was it, one or at least one Supreme Court justice vacated their seat afterwards?
Of course they did. Why would you want to be on a body that repealed Roe v. Wade? Why would you want to be on that seat?
Because here's my thinking of the psychology behind it.
Okay.
They've been planning this for about 20 years.
Yep. Oh, longer than that.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg was the one keeping everything in line and keeping things from going to hell.
Very likely, yes.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg's out of the picture.
Unfortunately.
All hell breaks loose.
Yep. No shit.
Then, from there, all hell broke loose. And each of the Supreme Court justices had a pet project that they wanted to repeal. They repeal it, fuck out.
Yep.
Replace it with someone new.
Exactly.
We've had 2 Supreme Court justices in the last year.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that. I haven't been paying much attention to it until
We
the
have
Roe
a
v. Wade thing.
replacement for Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Oh,
we
of
have
course,
a replacement for the one that stepped down.
Oh, right. I'm going to have to look more into that because I have not been following Supreme Court as closely as I should have. It is a big deal, and it's a much bigger deal now than it was 5 years ago. So I need to get back in the details of that. Why don't we go and film a couple of episodes of our podcast on the steps of the Supreme Court?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, we also drove by a herd of deer.
Nice. So, before we get off topic, I want to say something important. Okay?
Okay.
So, we are talking about. I like that we've gone from Kira the Wolf to talking about abortion, but Kira the Wolf. Kira the Wolf, we'll take care of him, but abortion, that's what we really should be talking about. So, abortion rights. How do we get them back? We could, in principle, and again, I am not advocating for this whatsoever. Please do not twist my words. This is an example. We could get together 1,000 people and go and violently protest at the Supreme Court building. And again, violently being the operative term. We could go and fucking burn shit down and, you know, paint everything with graffiti and whatever.
That ain't gonna help.
It will do nothing. And in addition, it will hurt the cause if someone does that, because now you are the villain. Why would you want to be the villain of the story? Oh, these violent left-wing protesters, how dare they? How dare they protest with violence? I can hear the ghost of Rush Limbaugh saying these words.
Yes.
Literally, my dad used to watch Rush Limbaugh all the time. I can hear his ghost saying these things.
Guys, stop.
Yes!
We don't need violence.
No! Now, here is what I would do, and what I would like to do in real life. Here is what I want to do.
Yes.
1. Talk to the senators, talk to the congresspeople, talk to the fucking vice president, talk to the fucking president about this very topic. Send them all a letter. I have, remember, I have the address and the phone number and the email address of every member of Congress. I have this as a file on my computer, so we can go to their office in Washington, D.C., and we can knock on their door and say, I would like to speak with Senator Sanders, please. Now, they will say no the first couple of times that we ask, but we can talk to one of their staff in person and say, look, this is an important issue, and we want to help Senator Sanders to get abortion rights for the country. I know this is something that he wants, so we want to help. Okay?
Yes.
So step 1, get people in power to listen. Step 2, non-violent protest. So as an example, I ask you, who is trying to get this decision to stay in place? Who got Roe v. Wade overturned? Who specifically? Do you know?
No, I do not know. Do you?
I do. I know it might surprise you, but I do. Stephen, probably does not come as a surprise to you that this is something that I am very well versed in. So, there are a couple of very powerful Christian organizations, such as Focus on the Family, such as I think it's called like American Family Council or something like that. Some of these shitty organizations that no one has fucking ever heard of. But they should hear about them because they are the ones who are pushing for this to be decided in their favor. Darling, I have a question. Do you think that if we protested in front of the office for Focus on the Family in Washington, D.C. with 1,000 people, do you think that might be covered in the press?
Yes, it would.
Do you think that if we ask those 1,000 people, probably 800 of which have TikTok accounts, all stream at the same time, 800 TikTok streams of the same event at the same time, do you think that might get covered in the media?
Maybe.
So, let's use some of Alinsky's principles here. Find a villain and burn them to the ground, non-violently, of course. So, find a villain. Focus on the Family. There they are. There's the villain. Focus on the Family. There's the villain. James fucking Dobson, who has been fighting against abortion rights, against the rights for gay and lesbian individuals, against transgender rights, against basically every human decency for the past 50 fucking years.
Of course.
James Dobson, hey buddy, I would love to protest in front of your office for months. Because you're going to walk in and out of that office building and you're going to have to face the people that you hurt. You will have to look into their eyes. You don't have to talk to me. You don't have to think about me if you don't want to, but you have to look into my fucking eyes. And
that is my soapbox for the day.
Welcome to the stage of the fandom. My name is Neil Fox, and we have some He blocked me! Oh my god! He blocked me! Holy shit! When you ask for evidence, you have to prove that evidence. When you ask for evidence, and then maybe a tenth of that evidence is provided, and then you block the person, not a good look, Majira. It's a perfect look. Perfect look. What do you do? Hey, Majira. Dumbass. Why are you blocking me on every platform after you asked for evidence? Are you frickin' stupid? Well, we can start releasing evidence. So here's what we're going to do. Majira, you asked for evidence, so I'm going to give it to you whether you like it or not. I have your permission. I have your written permission. And we're going to be putting that as the headline of every single video we post. We are going to do a FBI style. We have permission to do this. You remember at the start of every single VHS, there was this is a warning by the FBI to not unlawfully use this evidence. Use this video in unlawful ways, yada 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 yada. Well, what we're going to do is we are going to, but we have lawful use of every single one of these videos. Lawful use. And here's the proof that we have. Are you again? We have written permission from Mr. Kyle Summers, also known as Majira Strawberry, also known as Tall Werewolf on Twitter, also known as Tall Fuzzball on Twitter. We have his written permission to use all of the chat logs. We would get better off the District 4. Just like Hero did. Hero, who is a confirmed animal rapist, Hero, he didn't post things like, show me your evidence, because he knew that he was guilty. Majira had the hubris to believe that I had shown all my cards. No, I haven't shown all my cards. No, in Poker Game of Life, he has shown the equivalent of a pair of keys. Correct. Meanwhile, he's holding a royal flush with a one-eyed Jeff in the same suit. Making it a royal. Making it a royal flush. Indeed. Checkmate, buddy. Majira. Checkmate. Now, if you want to try and kill us over this... Oh, good luck. People have already tried. Darling... Look at your ass in line, please. Darling, what happened at our house a couple of days ago? Ironically enough... Someone tried breaking in the house. Hold on 1 second. Right after we started releasing stuff about Majira, what happened at our house? Some dumbass decided to break into the house with the intent of killing me and my partner. Now, I will put this in simple words. Come after me. You might get away. Come after my partner, any one of my family. God fucking help you. Because I should have shown. Don't fuck with us. This is not a challenge. It is not. We are not. Let me be not a challenge. This is not anything. This is a leave me in peace. Well, let me be clear. Because I would never send someone to someone's house to kill them. I would never do that. But someone did that to us. And it could have been Kyle. It could have been. I have the police report. I have all of the evidence on my podcast right now, talking to the police for an hour. And anyone who would like to look at the evidence is welcome to do so. Now, we think that the person who attacked us is named Howard online.
Or Sir Noah Aiken, another confirmed rapist.
Another confirmed rapist. How curious. And by the way, there's a lot more to this story. Darling, did you know that Pineapple Fox, a person that you are engaged, did you know that he is accused, not confirmed, I almost said confirmed, and that would be incorrect. He is accused of rape. I'm a person.
I am aware of Pineapple Fox. Because he harkens back to Furry Valley.
Oh, does he? Tell me about what happened with Furry Valley and Pineapple Fox. I don't know this part of the story.
To make a short summary, because there's a lot more to go over.
We'll be talking about all of it in grisly detail.
Furry Valley ties into a lot of these stories, believe it or not. It's almost like Furry Valley's been around for 10 years or so, and predicted most of its members at one point or another. But yeah, Pineapple Fox. Again.
Pineapple Fox, one of Majira's best friends, by the way.
Yeah, I'm aware of.
I know you know that, but my audience would know.
I'm aware of the accusations around Pineapple Fox, and I'm also aware of far more than just the accusations and where the accusations came from, and how the accusations came about.
Well, we are going to do at least.
Hi, Chris Bryant. Thank you. Actually, it's so.
Now, my love, it is a beautiful day in fairly temperate weather. I suggest we go to a park. Let's make a podcast about that. Okay. Alright. Let me start recording this. I think this is still recording. Let me double check. Hello, hello, and today we are discussing the important evidence that we have regarding Hiro and Majira, because a lot of people,
Doubt
have
the
been,
information that we have, yes.
yes, doubt the information, and I find it very funny because, you know, we've seen all of this before.
A couple of times.
A couple of times, yeah. The information that came out about Hiro, everyone in his fan base doubted it. Everyone. And then, well, what do you know? It all turned out to be true through many, many, many pieces of evidence brought forth by many, many people. And so, in terms of Hiro, the evidence is pretty straightforward.
I need a Hiro.
I need a Hiro. We absolutely do not. Just to be clear. And the evidence regarding Hiro is so straightforward. You know, only a painfully strange and, let's just say, not smart person would film himself having sex with an animal and then post it online.
Well, he's a
A
little bit.
Unfortunately. And Majira, let's be clear, Majira is more savvy than Hiro. Not much more savvy, but more savvy than Hiro. Majira did a couple of things that Hiro did not. One, as far as I know, he didn't film himself having sex with his fans. I certainly hope not.
It's on Pornhub, don't worry.
You know,
It probably is on Pornhub.
to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised at this point, considering that he sent me a sex tape
Oh, he did?
by accident. Yes,
Oh.
he did. Now, it happened to be with Treble Van Doren, who, again, a notorious person in the furry fandom. We've talked about him on the podcast before. But Treble, a person accused of stealing many, many thousands of dollars from Lemon Brat. You know, the case was dropped in court, so who knows? I'm not a court. I'm not a lawyer. As I
It
say,
got dropped because it got expensive.
as I have said many times on this podcast, I am not making any type of legal claim because I'm a journalist. I am a journalist in the same way that a journalist does not make claims. A journalist reports on the facts. That is what a journalist does. And I am doing my best to report on the facts as I see them. So, what do we know? We know for certain that Majira and Kiro were best friends
Yes.
at the time of the leaks in 2018. Now, to be fair, to my knowledge, to my recollection, Kiro does not mention Majira in the leaks, which that is definitely a point in Majira's favor. According to Majira, he had no idea. I don't know. The evidence, in my opinion, is rather questionable. And to be fair, it is possible, as I have said many times, it is possible that Majira did not know. But Kiro says that he would never have a partner who would not know about him being a zoophile. And we know definitively that Majira has sex with all of his friends. And we know that Kiro has sex with all of his friends. They're furries, of course they do. And so, to me, if that was Kiro's stance, then would he have told Majira? Because obviously, if Majira did know, he would deny it. There's no question that he would deny it. As I said in my response video a couple of weeks ago, him saying, "Oh, well, I had no idea." Of course he would say that. So what we have to look at is the preponderance of evidence. So what I want to do with you, my dear,
Yes.
is
I'm listening.
I want to go through the leaks that I posted of the chat log with me and Majira. Now it's going to take some time to do that. It's probably going to take at least a couple of podcasts to go through it because it's quite a lot of messages. It's about 5,000 messages. Now, Majira's delightful friend, Mark Sparks, who, to be fair, doesn't seem like a bad guy. I've talked with him, not a whole lot, but talked with him a bit. He threatened to sue if I released the stuff again.
Okay, sue us.
Interesting.
Go for it.
Really,
We're not scaring you.
really puts you in a good light. Makes you seem like you have nothing to hide.
We're gonna sue you with what, a cease and desist?
Yeah, sure. So,
Okay, you can sue us. We're going to release the information anyway.
right.
Go for it.
So, Mark Sparks' claim is that it is illegal, supposedly, to release his personal address because he is a employee of, I think, the Navy or something. I don't remember. I don't remember off the top of my
I
head.
don't believe you.
No, his claim is true that he does work for whatever, Air Force or something. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head. But the point is, whatever. The leak is out there. I did not know when I posted it that he would have the same job that he had, 6 years ago or whatever, or 4 years ago, whatever it was. There was no reason for me to believe that. And I did not know that, according to him, it is illegal to release the address of a person who works for the government. That's not something I was aware of. So it is not not an illegal act from what I understand from my legal team. That being said, the leaks are out there. If you want to find them, there's plenty of places to find them.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna magnify the leaks.
Yes.
And you can threaten to sue me. Go ahead, sue me. Fuck you.
Right. Yes.
I'll release it personally, and I'll let you know, and I'll DM you myself that I released it. I will call your bluff, because I don't believe you.
Interesting that you would threaten legal action on behalf of an accused, this is alleged specifically, an accused abuser.
Uh-huh.
Not,
and what if that... Here's a funny thought. Have you stopped to think maybe it could backfire on you and you lose your job? I'm willing to facilitate you losing your job if it means the truth gets put out there. If you get thrown under the bus over your own stupid actions, guess what? Maybe I can take your job.
The thing that is so interesting to me, is that people have gone through and it happens every single time something like this comes out. About any famous YouTuber, famous Twitter person, whatever. First, oh no, they could never do that. That would never happen. And then, oh, you don't have any evidence. And then they could never do that. I'm like, well, I have evidence. And they're like, oh, no, you don't. You don't have any evidence. And then I post the evidence. And people start going, oh no. And and then people start attacking me. Specifically, oh, well, you've done bad things. You traced stuff in 2015.
Oh, no.
Yes, I did.
That's old news.
It was a terrible thing that I did. I should not have done it. But in my opinion...
We're journalists, honey.
In the opinion of the courts, it's not a big deal because the statute of limitations has expired. And so... Yes. I did something that was wrong, but that does not mean that Majira coercing me for sexual favors years after the fact of the bad thing that I did, it doesn't negate my story. Just the same way that, this person that was, this person that had sex with Harvey Weinstein, she does porn. So that means she wanted to have sex with Harvey Weinstein. It's like, oh my fucking God.
Okay, let's get back on topic.
One moment. I'm so tired of these like, you. Okay. Please, listen to the evidence or read the evidence and decide for yourself. Because the simple fact is I am putting it out there. I'm putting out what I know. And people seem to forget that I know all of these people really well. Oh, you don't know me, says Majira. Sure. After we exchanged 5,000 messages. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Believable. Absolutely. In addition, I knew Kira really well. Not as well as I knew Majira. We didn't exchange nearly as many messages. I'd have to look and see exactly how many, but I knew Kira pretty well before the leaks. Now, thank God, I did not participate. I didn't know anything about the horrible things that Kira was doing. In fact, I wish I did, so I could have exposed it earlier, but I didn't. The fact is that when people have power, if they are not mature with that power, they will find ways to abuse it.
Oh, yeah.
This happens in every community, this happens in every fandom, this happens in every political system.
Make a right turn on Ingle Place.
And
Make a right turn.
I look to people like Beta Ada Delota, who is one of the more popular furry YouTubers, but not super popular like Majira. And in my opinion, he is one of the people who is doing the right thing. He is kind to his fans at conventions. He's approachable at conventions. He will talk to fans. Even if he's busy, he will stop and talk to them and take a picture. That's doing it the right way. Doing it the wrong way is approaching your fans for sex, Majira. Doing it the wrong way is just fucking around and making sure that, fucking around and not making sure that you are protecting yourself and your sexual partners. I am trying to protect the people of the furry fandom from someone who is well known by the conventions, by the staff, by the YouTubers, well known for soliciting sex from fans, well known for trying to use his power to get sex. That is coercion, and if not illegal, it is very creepy and should not be conscionable in the family. So, my proposal to you is, let's spend some time, whether today or over the coming days and weeks, let's spend some time going through these logs and figuring out the truth. What do you think?
Sounds great.
My Labrador is very, very intent on finding his next delivery, so I know that he is as enthusiastic about this as I am, but that is our soapbox for today, and we hope that you will join us for the rest of this series where we expose Majira for the very creepy person that he is. Again, possibly not illegal actions. Possibly. But possibly illegal. Let's find out. We'll keep you posted.
Hey Kyle, so I'm just responding to your message that you blocked me, so I can't respond to it directly on Twitter, but fortunately, I can just log out of Twitter and take a screenshot. So, here's what you said. He's just wasting my time, referring to me. Sure, I'm wasting your time. Great. How is it wasting your time to point out that you groomed me for sex, okay? That's wasting your time? Sure. You watched an 18-minute video, and you genuinely wasted 18 minutes of your life. Oh, too bad. Well, considering that we exchanged 5,000 messages, I would say that you know me quite well. So saying that I'm some type of troll, or some type of, just doing this for attention, or some shit like that, no, I'm not. I was your friend, okay? I was your friend. And some information has come to light that you are denying rather than addressing. So if you would like to speak on the facts, I would like to do that. But if you're just going to say things like, let's see, left him a reply and he didn't respond. Okay, so I did not see a reply. Perhaps you left a reply on Telegram. I'm going to check and I'm going to find out. Let's see. He didn't respond, so I'm just blocking this elaborate troll everywhere now. Elaborate troll, okay. Why would I be lying about saying that you tried to groom me for sex and then prove it with your own words? How is that trolling, okay? Kyle, it's not me against you. It's you against you. Because it's your words, Kyle. Your words say these things. I am not speaking on your behalf. So, I look forward to our future conversations, Kyle.
Hey, so journalists of the world, furries are trying to get me banned off of Twitter permanently for speaking up about what I know about the rape case involving Fear the Wolf. This is the full link. I'll make sure to include this in my post. But unfortunately, people are trying to silence me from speaking about what I know instead of people are trying to silence me from speaking up about what I know instead of actually listening to the truth that someone from their community has done these horrible things. Like, here's my head. This is on my YouTube channel. This is an article in Newsweek about my work from several years ago. It's from 2019. But unfortunately, I have a large mountain of evidence to prove. Come on, continue. There we go. I have a large mountain of evidence to prove that an individual known as Kiro the Wolf, or oh God, well, let me just scroll off of my Innocent to Be Twitter page. But I have a lot of evidence to prove that this person, Kiro the Wolf, quote unquote, this person who has over 100,000 followers on YouTube and over 13,000 followers on Twitter, I have very clear evidence that he raped his dog and the dog died from it. I know that this has been covered in some major news outlets, but not very major from what I've seen. And honestly, people are trying to shut me up from speaking about it to you. And I'm not going to stand for that. So here is the thing. This person was the second most famous furry, at least to my knowledge, when he was outed as an animal rapist and as a necrophilia, sex with dead bodies, and animal rapist or zoophile means a person who has sex with animals. Now, sorry, some alarm is going off. I have strong evidence to believe that this person is the world's most famous furry, the world's most famous furry ever, okay? Let me just show his channel real quick. It's YouTube Tall Werewolf. He has 38,000 subscribers on this channel, and then he has his Majira Strawberry channel. Let me see if I can find it. Majira Strawberry. Okay. This is his main channel, and he's distancing himself from this character all of a sudden, just out of the blue, distancing himself from this character. Well, he already has a video in Premiere. That's very surprising. He consistently makes about one video per month. He has for many, many months. This is the world's most famous furry. He has close to 300,000 subscribers here, and including Twitter and many other platforms, he has well over 400,000 subscribers in total. And when the details about this poor dog, Coda, here is the, let me show you. It's me talking about Christian. Let's see. Okay, sorry, let me show this to you. Okay, so this dog, which was Coda, which was Kiro the Wolf's dog, posted about in public posts, he raped this dog to death. And I can't keep from speaking up about it. I have to, because this poor dog deserves justice. Not this poor dog, this one, the real one. Coda could not consent to what happened to him. The theory, because we don't know for sure, but the theory is that Koda died of what's called a UTI, or urinary tract infection. And this is likely from Hiro using his hands or whatever, his furry paws, it doesn't matter, to touch the dog's genitals. And as he was doing that, this sometimes happens in zoophile cases, unfortunately, the animal can get really, really sick really, really fast. And what happened to this poor dog that I showed you is that he got a urinary tract infection, and it went up to his kidneys, and he experienced kidney failure and died. Now, this dog was only 5 years old when it died. It did not die of old age. It looked very healthy in pictures and videos that they were posted. There was no reason to think that this dog was that sick, and he did it. There's no one on earth could look at this evidence and say he didn't do it. I'm sorry, he did it. And furries need to wake the hell up. Furries need to wake the hell up that there are members of their community who are torturing animals to death for their sexual gratification. I can't put it any more clearer than that. It's awful. I can't even imagine something more terrible than that, and I will not stop until these individuals are exposed for what they did and receive justice, not for my sake, not for their sake, but for the sake of the animals that cannot speak up for themselves, like this dog here, Koda. This died due to abuse, sexual abuse, and it's not acceptable. I will not stand for this. I'm calling upon the furry community to please stand with me in this, that we need to fix this. This is not something that can continue if our community is going to continue. Our community has already been ripped apart several times by these scandals, and I don't want that to happen again, but the truth is more important than people's hurt feelings, and the evidence is very clear, and you can see it all in this thread here, Kiwi Farms. The evidence is very clear that Kira the Wolf, or Joshua Hoffman, Kira Yamura, Danny the Wolf, these are some of the people, and this is some of his machines, some of his, I was reading, it said Wayback Machine, Wayback. This is some of his accounts. They've tried to go as many as they can. And there's a lot of leaks here that you guys should look at if you are a journalist. And if you are not a journalist, please be careful. Please do not download these links. Do not the full docs, the full leaks, because there are pictures and videos of animal abuse in those links, and unfortunately, I had to look at it because Hiro was selling on my website artwork to me at the time, and there was no analysis of the logs. There was no one talking about them in detail. They were just saying, "Oh my God, it's leaked! Oh my God, oh my God!" And so my stomach was. I was about to throw up. It was awful. But I had to know the truth, because if he was guilty, I had to remove him from the site. And I determined, based on my independent analysis, that he did it. He raped his dog. It's awful. And the task fell to me. I was the only one who could do it. Anyway, don't get emotional about a lot of things, but I get emotional about this. There's so much here. There's so much evidence of what happened. And I'll just scroll through it quickly, because I'm sure Hiro and This is, oh God, this is his dog. Oh God, and this is him talking to Snake Thing. Yeah, it's terrible. I cannot. I can't even think about not. I can't even think about this. It's awful. It's terrible. It's malicious. It's horrible. It's evil. And I don't say that about anything. I don't think people are evil. I don't think that cultures are evil or anything like that. But actions are evil sometimes. And it doesn't mean that. I mean, I worked with Zero. I was his merch manager for several years, and nobody knew, as far as I know. But the thing is that Hero was doing these things at his house in his garage, and Majira filmed videos in that same garage. I don't know how to put it any more clearly than that. The dates match. He may have participated and he may have done it too. I don't know if he did. I do not know. I am not claiming that he did, but the evidence is there. I don't know if Majira is guilty, but I know that Hero is guilty. I know it. I cannot stress this hard enough. I know it in my bones. Not because I saw it happen, but because I read the chat logs after having many conversations with this man as his merch manager, and it's him talking in these chat logs. Let me see if I can find another screenshot. But yes, he talks in these chat logs at length with this person named Snake Thing, and let me find a picture of his. Yeah. So this, okay, as an example, Kiro Yamimura, okay, Kiro's old persona. This is a Flickr account, and his favorites are a bunch of mouths of animals, and he talks in the logs that were leaked tons and tons and tons and tons and tons about how he loves to rape his dog's mouth. It's awful. It's horrible. I cannot put into words, and I am a person who has how horrible dogs are. I cannot. It's awful. I cannot put into words how horrible these logs are. It is awful. Awful. This poor dog dies because of the abuse that she suffered. That he suffered. Coda was male as far as I understand. I'm still, even all this time later, I'm still trying to understand exactly what happened. But I skimmed through the logs with Kiro and Snake Thing all those years ago, and I still remember these things. Talking about animal abuse, taking pleasure in it, taking sexual pleasure in it. It's terrible. I struggle to imagine any worse thing a human being to do than to abuse an animal, especially in a sexual way. And Hero did it. I cannot be any more clear. He did it. The things that he was accused of are true. to the best of my knowledge. Again, it's all alleged. I obviously am not a lawyer. I'm not making a legal claim, but I know he did it because I knew him. Let me go back to the beginning here and we look at some of his chat logs. Like this, okay? I'm in Pennsylvania, right? So here's an example, okay? This is an example of his chat logs. It's awful. Yeah, this is him. And all of the messages are in his voice. In his voice. Like, you can imagine Joshua Hoffman or Kiro saying these things. It's not surprising. But it's awful. So, here's some of the horribleness. Snake thing, are you okay? Really, I got the news that my dog is dying of kidney failure. I still miss him. I'm making a tribute video tomorrow and Friday. My father is going to send me a picture of Coda in his casket when he gets home. God. Oh, awful. It literally makes me sick. I can't hear any more of this. Anyway. Listen, here's the facts, okay? And I am trying for my best to prove these beyond a reasonable doubt because I know them to be true, and I have evidence that they're true, but the evidence is not necessarily strong enough to convince someone like a TV journalist of it yet. Because I know people who knew him, people who know Majiro, but they've told me these things, and I can't reveal some of these sources because they have obviously has to be anonymous, but I just have to find the evidence that's been posted. I don't have to reveal much other than the chat logs that I already posted, okay? Okay.
but it was way too much for what we were trying to achieve.
Yeah, we should have, I didn't think of it, but usually when you cook with citrus, you have to remove the peel. I forgot that you generally do that with citrus, like I said.
That's fine. I was following your recipe.
Okay.
I was following your lead.
Oh, okay.
I have been in a kitchen for many years, but there's some ingredients that I've just never gotten interaction with.
Right.
Lime is one of them.
What is it? Oh, you never got
Lime
around.
is one of the ingredients that I don't generally interact with very often, so.
Oh, that's okay.
Therefore, what I'm saying is there tastes a lot.
Okay.
That's all. I think next time we do something like that, my suggestion is that we do it right. We should have put down a layer of rice.
Okay.
Cook the rice first,
Yep.
then take the rice out, put the fish in,
Okay.
and then cook them separately, and then combine them at the end instead of combining everything at the same time.
Okay.
Like, yeah. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll go over there. How do you want to put this? Okay, I can take post and then you can go. I can take post and you're the origin, you can go out. Okay. Yeah, I'll take that. Maybe 5 to 6. No, turn it off. Yep, we got it. There you go. I'll take 5 to 6 and you can take, what's that, 6 to 7? Or Kevin can do 6 to 7, and you can do 7 to 8. You there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, I got both.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so things that we need to get done today. Tax forms. Can you
Yes.
write that down?
Okay, I will.
So, tax forms, are you still recording?
Yep.
Okay. Well, can we not be recording for this next one?
You got it. Give me a second.
Okay.
One moment.
We good?
Yep. Give me just one moment.
Okay.
Okay. Off.